Oh no, I got so caught up in writing people in the groups that I forgot to start this. Bloop. There we go, and click here, and click here, and click here. Hello! Hello, everyone. Excellent. We are currently building a squad for a run of the convergences that we have in Secrets of the Obscure. We'll do these 5 today, if we can. We might fail on Umbriel. Then we're going to move over to strikes, because I want to do the Ethernet hideout strike, Ether blade hideout strike today at least, to get it done before the reset. And I'd like to do Cosmic Observatory challenge mode since it's daily. Just Soto for today. So we're going to be moving on to some strikes, and I would also like to do a run of the challenge mode fractals. That's the plan for today. Convergences, then a couple of strikes, and then the full run of fractals. If I get one of the experienced people in here today from the community, then I am probably going to try actually doing the orbs. Hey Yaka! Then I'm probably gonna try to do the orbs, and if I don't, then I'll just get someone in the group to do the orbs for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so we only need 4 heals now, and we only need, let's see, Alak-wise, still need 6 Alak, and quick-wise we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we need 5 more quick. Get that. I did do yesterday, and I'm going to be doing a full run this Monday, starting same time as now, 3 p.m. my local time. Hey, Joe Black is back. I think I'll begin just calling you Joe. It's a long name, Joe Black is back. So hey Joe, nice to see you. And see you of course too, Yaka. It is awesome to see. I love coming in and then seeing a couple of familiar names, people who are great to play with and great to chat with while we're playing and stuff like that. It's just awesome. Joe is okay. Perfect. Thank you. Feel absolutely free to. I'll plug myself again just before. Hey Andor! So the plan for today, we're not going to be doing any of that like meta event stuff today, Andor. We are going to be doing these the 5 challenge mode things here, convergences in Soto. Then we're going to be moving on and doing a couple of challenge mode runs. I want to get Etherblade Hideout done this week, and I want to get what's that called? Cosmic Observatory done today since it's daily. And then I would like to move on and do the fractal run. Once we're done with that, I'd like to give a couple of tries to Old Lion's Court. I've seen the video on it, but I'm very uncertain of whether we're going to get it. But I'd like to finish off with a couple of tries of that. That's the plan for today. So, I'm very excited for that. CM, of course. Challenge mode. No doubt. That's why I'm doubtful about it and worried if we're gonna get it or not. Normal mode, I wouldn't be worried at all. We'd just do it, right? And more healers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We just need 1 more heal. And we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Alak. So we're down to just needing 3 Alak. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quick. Same as before. Oh, there's another one. So we're just going to. Now we have all the heals that we need. I count 10 heals, which means we are going to be redoing the what we're looking for here. We are now looking for. We have 5, 6, 7, 8 A heals, so we need 8 quick DPS, and we have 4, so we need 4 Q DPS, comma, we have 2 Q heals, which means we need 2 Q DPS. We have A DPS, we have 1, so we need 1 A DPS. And since there's someone in that group now, I can plop down here. Is the Secrets of the Obscure convergence harder than Janthia Wild's convergence? Yes. Well, yes and no. It's harder in the fact that it's more likely to fail completely, but if you get it, you're more likely to get gold and... Oh, I have an empty bag here, hold on. If you get it, you're more likely to get gold and do it well. So it's a situation where it's more difficult to do and less difficult to master. And that's because of Soja. Soja is squishy, and you can only heal her with essence, and that means that enough people out of the 50-man squad have to be turning in essence, and the squad as a whole have to be dealing enough damage to the boss to create enough new essence to heal her with essence. So that's the lowdown of it. Yeah, welcome. Oh, it looks like we lost an A heal. That sucks. So 1 A heal. We are also down to 4 Q DPS. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that checks out. And we need 1 A DPS. Yep, that makes sense. You're welcome, Joe. Have less experience than that than Tough and Harvest Temple. Not very fun. Yeah, I get that as well, Andor. Honestly, the reason I wanted to do it today was just because I saw that it was daily. And I do want to do everything at some point. But I agree that the old Lions Court, I mean, it seems a little tricky with the, you have to have 2 tanks and you have to have a, what did they call it, a kiter? A guy that isn't a tank but stands far away from the green guy so that they can place the pools, I believe it was. It seems kind of difficult. But more in a, you know, more compact difficult, more like a sprint difficult, where some of the others are more like long distance, especially Harvest Temple being the, what's that called? The marathon. It's not hard, but annoying. Makes sense. I mean, in my estimation, annoying things are often hard as well, because there will be a lot more people who don't... Annoying mechanics to inexperienced players are very difficult to do. So I think that annoying does equal hard, unless you're running, you know, with a static. Okay. We've gotten one of the Q DPSs we need, so we just need 3 more Q DPSs, and we got the A heal, so we need no more A heals. We got 1 more Q DPS. Let's see, 3 Q DPS down to 2 Q DPS more. It's still thundering today. It's been thundering all night, and it's raining and thundering today as well. So weather in Denmark is crazy right now. Lots of like thunderstorms and rainstorms. So again, if my stream suddenly cuts, you know it's because a thunderstorm did it. Something happened where it just, you know, crashed it all. And I can't say it's unlikely. We have pretty good infrastructure here in Denmark, but it can happen. I have had some stuff come in, like a thunderstorm come in and actually, what's that called? Break the thing, break the power, shut off the power, in a way where my breaker box is the English word for it. In a way where the breakers in my breaker box got totally fried, and I had to switch out all of them, and I only had enough to spare to fit some of them back in, because I didn't expect all of them to run at the same time. So, you know, whoopsie. Just need 180 PS. Oh, did I forget to turn the sound down here? I think the music is really high. Here we go.
Another.
There we go. I also went and installed the ArcDPS meter. I also installed the ArcDPS boon thing, but that was because somebody told me that I was able to like color people based on their boons, and I can't really see that as an option. Like, I've been looking through this and sorting stuff, and I can't really find the option to check people off, color them with boons so that it's easy to recognize which groups need boons and stuff like that. This is an extra add-on. This boon table is the boon table add-on, which is the one that I was advised to get. It's called Guild Wars 2 ArcDPS boon table by Nox Fighter. I was told that would override the normal way that the boon tables work and provide that utility. If this isn't the right one, then please feel free to link to the right one in chat. I'd love to grab the right one, because that seems like a huge quality of life upgrade. Wait, how did they get cleave DPS without getting any actual DPS? I don't know quite. I mean, I assume I know what cleave DPS means, but I just did Whisper of Jormag before stream to check that the DPS meter was working, and it looked like everyone just had exactly the same DPS as cleave DPS. Of course, there are not multiple enemies in that fight, so I guess that makes kind of sense. Yeah. I just talked myself into realizing why that makes sense. Yeah. Yep. So cleave DPS, of course, requires multiple enemies. So maybe they have like a Cloak of Flames like effect. So they did something by AoE without. Thank you. Doop. Squad management plugin. Ooh. Sounds awesome. I'll check it out after the stream, of course. And squad roles. Is squad roles the same plugin? Yes, it is. It's here at the top. Yeah, I see it. Oh, that's going to be amazing. Again, I'll look at it after the stream, and hopefully we'll have squad roles done by Monday when I come back. I decided to take tomorrow off. I know I said full week of streaming, but I looked through it and I went, okay, my real life work is piling up. While I'm spending a lot of my time streaming all of these days, my real life, like, most of it is the volunteer stuff, but that's still something that I've, dedicated myself to and promised people that I'll do. So that's been piling up, and I'd like a day to just get that done before Monday, where I stream again. So that's how it is. Hey Boxhead, thank you very much for following. Thank you, Wadehade. That's a lot of gold. Wow, that's not just a little gold. That's a lot of gold. Wow. I should respond to that and say thanks. Thank you for being a great squad mate. No gold donations are needed. I feel appreciated already, but I'll take them anyways. You're great. Yeah, I should begin just asking for 10 Alak healers and 10 quick DPSs and just be done with this, like, oh, nobody wants to ADPS ever. I mean, I get them. Or I should stop one-trigging my Necromancer and I should get my Chronomancer so that I can just switch between Alak and quick. I just have to learn how to play that class. That's how it is sometimes. It do be like that. Oh, it looks, however, like this is a little bit high up. I wanted to go to the edge of my thing here. And I want you... Whoop, you to hit the edge there. There we go. Yeah, welcome. Oh, somebody picked the ADPS role. Thank you, unknown hero. Let's just get some DPS fill. And lock the subgroups so that nobody confuses anything. Okay, if you're in group 1 right now, you're DPS. The other groups, you're the role you signed up for. I'll begin sorting out. Okay. Do. 10 and 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we switch these two. And then we switch the... let's not switch the 2 Necromancers. I'm just gonna get confused. We're gonna put the 2 Necromancers in the... Oh, somebody just switched here, I assume. Roll. That's confusing, but it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. They probably know what they're doing. Okay. I'll sort out the DPS and then open the instance. Once we're inside, please wait for the ready check and my general instruction. I'll open up. I'll start the convergence once we have the basics down. Excellent. Get people sorted out a little bit here. Especially the classes that we have a lot of. Let's make sure that they get sorted out into different places. So that we don't get... I got mocked by the poor warriors of Group 1 who were all like a full team of just warriors in Group 1 at some point. So now I'm being careful to split our efforts here. That's a Daredevil. I don't know if Daredevil can take Basilisk Venom, but they probably can, so I want them in my group. Only a little bit biased here. Bloop. Bloop. And bloop. We're going to put you back up into Group 1. And then, of course, we have to get the... Where did I put it? I put it here, and I put it here. And... Excellent. I'll check your message. Is it important that I check it right now, or is it fine if I check it after stream? Yaka?
Agony, torment, pain.
I generally... Later, perfect. I generally close down Discord when I'm streaming just to save whatever computer power that I can. Okay. Let's get in and I'll start writing my novel.
Strange occurrences are the new norm, especially since the end of the dragon cycle.
Alright, so The most important thing in Soto convergences is essence management. Essence drops from cryptis and can be picked up by walking over it. That essence is the only way to heal Soja. Which means if you turn in essence when Soja is at full health, you're wasting the limited healing potential we have. Just go eat a little bit of food here. I'll eat the right food later. So to avoid that, please only heal Soja when she hits about 80% health, and don't heal her when she's just about full, to avoid overhealing. If you're a healer or boon DPS, you can go heal her earlier than that. Say like 85%, since we will lose less DPS from you turning the essence in. That's the other side of the coin. Having essence gives you a significant, about 50% DPS boost at 50 stacks. And the boss will be our only way to get more essence. So more DPS equals more healing faster. But also when you're at 50 and more drops, it's wasted if you don't turn in. The first 4 bosses will be kinda easy themselves. Umbriel will be hard. For Demon Knights, the most important 2 things to look out for are his big circles that target players. Those will spawn a AoE after a while, so pull them out from group and away from Soja when you're targeted. And he does rifts in the ground. Don't stand on them, and dodge roll over them. Remember to check the group, check your group for where you're supposed to go in the different phases. And remember that your Warclaw can be mounted in combat and is resistant to CC, so it can help you pick up essence easier. Prioritizing essence is your most important job. Group 9 and 10, you're on middle duty for the first phase, and if you do well, we won't need to come back from islands to help you heal soldier. That's the most optimal thing, since we get quicker clears and more essence coming into the boss. Banked healing equals easier fight. One last thing, then we're ready. Boop. Boop. I'm live over on twitch.tv/mookchivalry. If you want a gentle guiding voice through the convergences, consider popping over and following along, as I'll be talking through it. It's of course optional. Let's have fun and do our best. Okay. I need to put down the demon station. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, somebody else put down the demon station as well. Ah, thanks to you for putting down demon. It's really important to grab that. The group should be in squad mess. Oh, squad message auto cleared. I'll put it in again. It should be the last thing I copy pasted, right? Yep. Sorry about that. Do. Let me just write down a little bit here and say check Yakas Discord. There we go. Excellent. Callista and Soen, you guys ready? If you didn't get pop up. Oh, you're here. Excellent. Hey, Mad Knight. I'm assuming you are either Callista or Soen. If you click P, then you'll be able to press ready. Click P to get the screen up. I'm assuming you are Soen then. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching. There we go. It's one of those common little bugs that happen, that sometimes not everyone gets the pop-up. Hey Nanas, nice to have you back. Also, for people that just came in, I am going to be doing this every week. I do full clears every Monday. If you follow the channel, you'll be able to pop in whenever I do and get, you know, notifications and stuff like that. So consider throwing a follow if you want more content like this. Also strike challenge modes of strike challenge modes, and I do fractal challenge modes as well. In fact, we're going to be doing, what's that called? It's called Cosmic Observatory challenge mode later today, and I want to do Etherblade Hideout challenge mode as well, and then I want to switch over and do all 6 fractal challenge modes. I am somewhat less experienced in those than I am in this, so
maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is
I'm not going to be able to talk as much as I do them, but we usually have fun anyways. So,
Bring that essence to
for this part, especially if you are in group, especially in your group 9 or 10, see this as training for your later. Hey, So-and-Silo, nice to see you. Thank you for popping by. So if you're in group 9 or 10, see this as practice, because your job for the first long time here in the strike is going to be to walk between these 3 spawning points, the one over here, the one over there, and the one over there, and kill these avatars of spites. And of course pick up all of the essence that they drop to heal Soja with it. But these avatars are the primary threat to Soja, so we want to get them killed. And then we want to move between spawn points. You can see people are already done killing them over here, and then they'll come at the third one. So I'm just trying to make sure that I walk over as much essence as I can on my way there. In fact, I'm going to change to the Warclaw, because the Warclaw is easier to walk around on when we are doing the pre-thing. Am I late or early? I think I'm late. I think we're actually late for these. We have a front-running group that are killing them really early. Or maybe I did get in early. Okay, everyone is walking over here now, so I guess I went in early. Ah, here they come, the avatars. They will spawn in these 3 locations consistently until we get to the boss, which means we have to consistently have someone to kill them. That is what group 9 and 10 are going to be doing. 10, however, also has a secondary objective. 9 should be able to do it on their own, so whenever there's a Cryptus Siege engine up, after we've done these first 3 bosses that spawn here in a second, whenever there's a Cryptus Siege engine up, 10 will go out and kill that siege engine and then come back to helping mid afterwards. So that's gonna be the little rotation we keep doing here. We keep going out to get more avatars and then back in. Of course, if you are in group 1 or 2, 1 to 8 basically, you are going to be going out to the different circles. So right now I'm checking, I'm in group 5. The time now is for the 3 big bosses. So if you're in group 1 to 3, you go to the arrow. If you are in 4 to 6, you go to the circle. And if you're in 7 to 10, you go to the heart. And we're splitting up here because the bosses are scaling based on how many people are killing them. So if we all went to 1 boss at a time, we would be fighting 3 fully scaled bosses instead of 3 bosses at a lower scaling. Of course, each boss would still go down faster, assuming that we are all dealing decent DPS, because the DPS you get from a person doing well is going to be bigger than the scaling, but that will still overall mean less damage. Ah, I popped up into the DPS meter. So proud of myself. My DPS is only this high. Please note that. My DPS is only this high because I right now have 48 stacks of Cryptus Essence, which gives you a huge amount of increased DPS. So, as a part of group 5, I am going to the south eastern island. If you are in group 3 or 4, please move to... If you're in group 1 or 2, please move to the northwestern island. If you're in group 3 or 4, please move to the southwestern island. If you are in group 5 to 6, we're in southeast. If you're in group 7 or 8, we're in northeast. And 9 and 10 are, of course, protecting Soja back home. That's a weird statistic. The 2 top people on the DPS meter right now, or one of them has like 0 DPS, but 30,000 cleave DPS. So they're doing 0 frontal damage. I'm never going to understand why people start with this boss instead of the one that's furthest away, so that we can move in a straight line instead of going back and forth. But whatever, we'll do what the group does. It's better to be together, after all. Warclaw for moving around out on the islands is good. Be aware of the mechanics that these small bosses are doing, because many of them are small versions of what you'll see the boss doing later. Not one-to-one, some of them are not from this boss, some of them will be some other bosses do and stuff like that. But in general, the mechanics here are the mechanics that you are going to be seeing later. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. The cleave DPS is because the DPS isn't on the boss that I am on, so they're counting it as if every... So the arc DPS is counting all of their DPS as if it was to a secondary target, and therefore cleave DPS. Makes a lot of sense, but, you know, I mean, it's not practical, but it makes a lot of sense. See if I can get back up here. We have DPS is actually pumping here. I'm on there, I'm number 10, I'm number 9. I'm number 7 for a little while. I probably shouldn't be up there as a boom DPS, but, you know, still feels good. Thank you for following, Xiao Ma. Nice to have you here. This is the first time, by the way, that I've had Arc DPS activated on my account. So let's see how long it takes before I become obsessed with DPS and super into who does the best in a group. I'm hoping a long time. I'm hoping I'm able to keep using it for just a personal development tool here. And dodge roll. I dodge rolled too late. Ready for action. Sad. Let's see how much essence we can get picked back up. Because again, we want as much essence as possible to walk into the last one. And we don't want to go help the other islands because we don't want their bosses to scale. Instead, we're just going to help mid. And pick up as much essence as we can, hoping that we can end up at 50 essence for when the boss spawns. The DPS meter behaves funny in these big multi-boss instances as normal DPS uses the boss as a target and cleave everything else. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's about what I got, you know, what I ended up understanding as well. And it gets better when you're at the boss. Makes a lot of sense. It's also fine. I mean, like, we care about cleave DPS, right? At least somewhat. I need to switch to my sky scale. But then when we're over at the boss, it's nice to switch back to your Warclaw. Again, to get as much potential for movement as possible. And remember, we don't want to heal Soja before she falls below 90%. Sorry, 80%. But she just did that, which means it's a nice time to... Wow! It's a nice time to begin handing in some essence to Soja. Especially if you're a healer or a boom DPS. Like me, which means I should probably hand in here. And he just dropped a lot of essence, which means that if you are at 50 essence, you should probably be one of the people handing in here. Be careful not to hand in by mistake. She is full health now, so handing in right now is bad. Always check the Soja health bar. You can find it over in the right hand corner. You can also set arc up so you can see the group DPS. Oh, like the total amount of DPS that everyone put together is doing. That's really cool.
Keep up with it, and I'll use that essence to give us a little extra juice.
Be careful not to hand into Soja, like I just did, like an absolute mook. Because when we get to these split phases, unless Soja is like actively dying, we want to wait with handing in until we reach the next island, because she will take more damage between runs, which means we want to have our healing up to heal her after we reach this. You can see she had full health when we were abandoning the previous island, and she's down to like 80% again here. And we definitely wasted some healing because some people, myself included, ended up walking on top of her. These are the big circles you should pull out from the group with, by the way. People that are targeted right now with those circles should move out. And when they don't, be aware that a lot of DPS will happen at once. Which means when you see that people don't move out with those circles, try to be ready for some dodge rolling. Dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll. Phew. Notice Soja is kinda low. Good time to turn in. Here we go. There are two people doing it right. They are bringing out their circles. Also, when you see a player get downed, you would rather pick up their essence first and then get them up. Also, boss spawns essence when he moves. Make sure to pick up all the essence before you move on. You should get 15 essence from the boss moving. And don't heal Soja before we get to the next platform. Again, a lot of essence has been dropped. Make sure to pick up the essence before resting the people that dropped it, because we definitely want as much essence as possible for healing Soja. Good time for essence turn-in again. Soja getting low. And again, people are not really moving out with these like big things, which means you have to be ready for some dodge rolling, as they are going to be dealing a lot of damage. If you feel squishy, and you're worried about getting downed by the amount of essence that you're bringing, please consider turning in a little bit earlier, because it's better to turn in than to risk losing some of your essence. Okay, at this point we really need people to begin walking out instead of staying in with those. And we can of course correct a little bit for it by dodge rolling through it as much as possible, but it's always better when the people that is targeted by the mechanic does the mechanic, of course. Overall though, we are doing well. If we keep this up, we should get this guy no problem. Something can always go wrong. Don't feel too confident. The best way to lose at the last phase is to think, oh, we got this, so I don't need to try. If you're thinking like that, you're setting us all up for failure. Here, through this, dodge roll. I'm not one of the people targeted, but those who are targeted should make sure to pull out if they can. Because the meteors do deal a lot of damage. Oh, I need to switch to my Warclaw here. I said to my Warclaw here.
Very nice.
But at least that's
Good
a
job.
few less of Epharch's grunts clawing at our feet. Let's head back.
Hey Flora, nice to see you. I got to watch a little bit of your stream here the other day. Flora is also a Guild Wars streamer who does a lot of interesting stuff on her stream. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that shout-out thing. Shout out Flora Light. I think it has to be at Florale Bloodwood. That didn't seem to work. Slash shout out Florale Bloodwood. There we go. If you want more Guild Wars content when I'm not live, go ahead and give a follow to Florale. She is an awesome streamer as well. Oh, no. This shouldn't be a bot thing. This should be a thing that Twitch does itself. Which means it was actually not an exclamation point. It was a slash. It was a slash thing. So I could do the slash. Oh, I mean, I will welcome any subscribers. Mad Knight says I will subscribe. I value that, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you for following. Let's see here. Okay. We'll go next here. Seems everyone is still on. That's rare. Usually some people leave after every single time. But I'm not gonna complain about being able to just go from one convergence into the next one. I have Streamlabs, so I should have an exclamation point SO command available. Might just need to enable it. That might be. Hey, Pearl Lily, welcome back to the stream. We're doing convergences again, and right now, this is the first time it's happened to me that no one has left after a convergence. We're still all 50 people here after the first convergence, which is. But yeah, it should look like that, yeah. Twitch should have done the shout out where they can click your name to find your stream as well. Oh, you're in? Nice. Very sneaky. Very, very sneaky. I'm always happy to have you, Pearl Lily. We're such a pro group.
Come here.
Alright, let's do a ready check. And let's see. The enhancement should last for another convergence. My getting rid of pre-rolls won't though, so I'm just gonna run quick 3-minute ad break. You won't miss anything, at most the start of it, and we'll be right back after these ads. Thank you so much for watching. Oh. Mind you here. Quick trip to the store if you're off. See you tonight. Definitely. When will you be streaming? We might just, if it fits in with when. No, thank you. If it fits in with when we just happen to get offline, then we might just pop over. Oh, you can hear you. You're lucky and didn't get any ads. Makes sense. It will. We're doing the run now. Gonna kick them and find. Hold on, the guy who just slash invite Tony did that. Slash whisper Tony did that. Are you in the group? Oh, I can't whisper Tony for some reason. Oh well, sorry Tony, I'll have to just put us up. We're gonna grab a DPS from the first one here. Oh, nice. We got one of the pro ones. Ander is a part of it. Whoop whoop. Always happy to see that. Food should last through this as well. Alright. Let's let Andor come in, and then we start. Vex, I assume you have the bug where it didn't show up. The ready check that is. Ah, there we go. Ah, you're a Turbo subscriber. Makes a lot of sense. Yes, and thank you for the hello, and see you around. We'll see if I last this long at stream. Last 6 hours, but if it fits, we'll either rate you or I'll come over and hang out a little bit in the stream. Excellent. Andor is in. Bloop. I'm not worried about whether Andor is ready or not. Andor is always ready. And welcome back from the ad break, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I need to run an ad break of 3 minutes every hour. I couldn't invite you, but likely someone will leave before we get to Umbriel. If that happens, I'll write you again and see if we can get you in.
Agony, torment, pain.
Doop. Okay. But yeah, as I said, helps the stream a lot when I'm able to run ads. I want to spend the whatever money I get from you guys to be able to buy myself time to do more streaming and stuff. Because of course, as everyone else who doesn't make a living streaming, I have to earn money, do jobs, do all that kind of stuff. And I would rather be able to dedicate more time to this. Which also means that if you want to help out with that, and you haven't used your Bezos bucks, your Twitch subscription anywhere else, consider dropping it here. I would love to take your money and turn it into more time for convergences and the like. The same thing, of course, if you have money to spare for a real subscription. Real subscription, both help, but you know what I mean. It actually costs money directly subscription. Consider dropping it, but yeah, remember that it's always optional, of course. It is only something for people who have the stuff to spare. And the stuff being money, of course. Anyways, we're back in. Group 9 and 10 did a very good job last time, so I'm not worried about how they'll do this time either. It'll be just fine. Remember that the most important thing you can do right now is to pick up as much essence as you can get your hands on, so that you get as big a damage bonus as possible. And get all of the essence that I can here. Nom nom nom. Pretend that they're like yellow pebbles and that you're Pac-Man. Yomp, 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 yomp. Or whack whack. Is it saying whack, 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 whack? Something like that? I don't remember the Pac-Man sound very well. It's been a while. Waka, 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 waka. That's true, Danny. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for following along over on YouTube. You guys are a rarer breed.
I can feel the demonic essence in those high cryptis. Take them down, and I can throw that power.
Usually,
Oh. Now,
Oh, I forgot to put up the... here's an arrow.
Be careful, though. Demonic essence.
And here's a circle. And here's a heart. There we go. I completely forgot to do my job as a commander. No! I was too busy plugging myself and being greedy. No! Whoopsie. You were boxhead on Twitch, but adblock works better on YouTube. Ah, that's fair. Then you can subscribe over there as well while you're there. Follow both places. Woo! Balanced plugging is good. Yes. Very important. Very important to balance your plugs. It is one of those things also, like, you know, subscriptions make the streaming world happen, right? And commercials, of course. Ads and subscriptions make the streaming world happen, which means we have to find the sweet spot where it's not too annoying to people watching. And I've been watching a lot of both Twitch and YouTube as well, and there is definitely a balance where some YouTubers talk about it way too much, and some people you're like, come on, dude, you're awesome. Just please mention yourself just once or twice more, just so that we can, get a feel for you existing. You deserve more, dude. Keep plugging, or do it once at least. It's one of those things. Anyways, I don't feel a lot of need to explain what's going on in this phase of the fight. You guys did awesome last fight, and there's not really been an exchange. Everyone seems to be doing their job. We have 0 active Cryptic Siege engines, which means Group 10 is doing awesome. Soldiers at full health, which is a credit to Group 9 and 10, of course. And, I mean, the islands are being cleared. I can't see the other islands, but I can see people that some of the top DPSs are by cleave damage, which means they are not targeting the same boss I am. So they must be out on other islands. And our island is doing well, so their islands must be as well. I think you'll announce in your Discord when you run these. I mean, if that makes a difference to you, I will write a note on doing that. And now, what are they called? Convergence in Discord. Sure. I mean, to me it's kind of obvious because my schedule is going to be to do them every Monday, basically. We are going to be like every Monday we're going to do a full rotation, and likely whenever I stream I'm going to also start out with some convergences. Again, when we are talking openly about the entire, like how we're streaming and what's going on, thought behind the scenes, like, right? Convergences, and then they are very good for viewership as a small channel because they mean that they are difficult enough that it's useful for people to tune in and get explained, and that means we get a lot of viewers early on in the stream. And some of you guys are going to likely be hanging out with us as we do other stuff afterwards, which just means Convergences is a really convenient and nice way to start out a stream. And there's a lot of in-game demand for it as well. It looks like there's very few people actually running Convergences, because every day since the first time I did Convergences, I get messages where people are like, when I'm online, right? When people are like, hey, when are you going to do Convergences again? Especially if we failed on Umbriel, for example, people go like, hey, when are we doing Umbriel again? Blah, 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 blah. So I feel like even if I wasn't streaming, doing Convergences is providing value to like the Guild Wars community as a whole, right? It's a nebulous concept. Yeah, for sure. That's why I joined. I prefer audio guidance during the events. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I get that. It's very nice to just have someone say, up next, this thing is going to happen. Please be aware that this thing is going to happen. Then, you know, I do the text dump as well because I don't expect people to click over. I've noticed that a lot of people do, but I don't expect it. I don't want to run squads where people have to be viewers. I just want to run them where, you know, people who feel like they're getting value can come over and do that, basically. And you stayed because everyone was really nice. That's what we're hoping for. I really want a community that's actually, you know, to the bone nice. I want people to be helpful. I want us to be people who, when we do content, I want us to let new people in. And with new, I of course don't mean new to the game. I mean people who know their class just basically enough that they will... they'll be able to do okay, and they'll be able to learn because they already have the basics down. I'm going to turn into soldier here. And then grab the rest of the essence. Spawn. And then I'm just going to transfer my conditions to the boss. Thank you for giving me some burning conditions, boss. You can have those back now. I love my Necromancer 4 ability. It's great. We're already getting another drop. This is one where I'm going to leave that in there because we are going to be overhealing Soldier here, and I would rather not heal her with 23 and waste those instead of getting that one. So that's like the big... Be careful to just leave those that are inside of Soldier. It is better that we don't overheal her and we move on to the next fight. And remember that it's always, even if she needs healing at this point, unless she's actively dying, it's way better when we get her next time. Like, we heal her when we get to the next part. And, right, you were with us when we did Anka. Yeah, it's one of those things where Anka is at the level where it's easy for people to get frustrated when people mess up, but also everyone messes up, even the more experienced people. They do it less, of course. That's what experience does for you. But I believe there's a balance to be struck, and I like feeling like I'm getting new people into the harder content of the game, right? I like feeling like we are making a difference on that front, basically. And crowd control the dragon here. I forgot to mention the mechanics on this dragon, but most of you have probably been playing the Outer Nyos, like Fangs That Gnash meta, which means you've probably experienced exactly what this dragon can do, because this is just a copy of Nabelung. Oh, I'm going to be healing Soldier here, so that I can pick up more essence. Also be aware that Soldier is kind of low, which means it's a good time, especially if you're a healer or a boon DPS, to turn in your essence, as the loss of your DPS is less important than the loss of the pure DPS's DPS. You know, in concept, we know that when we are running squads where we are not all equally experienced, that means that some boon DPSs might top the charts over there we go. Over some non-boon DPSs, is what I'm trying to say here. And if you're wondering what Andor is saying when he is linking this Relic of the Eagle in chat, it's because Relic of the Eagle gives you plus 10% damage done just overall when the boss is at less than 50% HP. It's not as good for conditioned DPS, so if you're a conditioned DPS, you should keep your own relic. But we're out of combat while we're flying between bosses, which means you can switch out whatever relic you have for the Relic of the Eagle, and deal even more damage for the last 50% of the boss's health, or the last half of the fight. Which is also kind of extra important, because those are the phases where you will no longer have as much essence to spare, because you'll already have been turning into Soja, and that means that we're all doing less DPS overall. Soja is getting low here though, so if we can turn in, that'll be good. Soja is getting low. Please turn in if you have essence to spare. There we go. I believe that having clear instructions is worth the little bit of extra time it takes me to, you know, basically the DPS loss from me not being actively attacking the boss while I'm explaining things. Because clarity is what makes or breaks. I believe clarity is what makes or breaks your fight, basically. Because if you're yelling at people, if you're just yelling Soja or Rat, then if people are stressed, if people are in a bad headspace, that means that you're just stressing them out even more. They won't have the capacity to actually understand. And you might say, oh, but they should. But, like, are you going to act based on a fantasy world where everyone knows exactly what you do and what you think they should know? Or is it better to act in the real world where people get stressed when they are in hard fights and they take in information less efficiently when they are in those situations? I would rather do the latter of those two. I would rather act as if everyone needs more help navigating a situation when that situation is stressful. And Danny is saying 100%. I'm glad you agree, Danny. Do you prefer Danny or do you prefer Boxhead? By the way. 100% based take. Thank you. I am very glad that you agree with the take, because the more people that agree with that take, the more hope I have in the community of the game. Remember to turn into Soja here. It's very annoying to lose at the last percent of a boss's health because Soja goes down. But we did it. Very nice. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone.
Some fresh air.
Nice gear.
Your game dropped. Ooh, that sucks. Did you get the loot, or were you not there when it finally dropped? You should be able to get in again. I don't know if it'll help you now that everything is like kind of over, but got better DPS now, even broke 1 million. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That of course gives me hope that we're going to do Umbriel very well as well when we get to her. I think 1 million DPS should be enough for Umbriel. It is, I acknowledge, on the low side compared to when you do your world's fastest runs of things and all, but you know, for what's that called? In Danish we say til husbehov, which means for household needs, which is a saying that we use for, you know, when something is good enough for what you need at home, right? Just give you the nicest sound in the world here. We also run with 5 heals. Oh, wow. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for being here, for those who are going. You were awesome. The rest of us will still be doing the last 3 bosses. on Ura you just have one celestial healer. Like one healer for all 50 people. That's... I mean, I guess Ura doesn't have a lot of damage that isn't, you know, avoidable if you just don't stand in front of her. So that makes a lot of sense, actually. When I think about it, I realize that Ura's damage is mostly done right. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Well said, Danny. Well said. Okay, let's see if we can get Tony in here. Are you available? Then you can join now. And we're just going to delete a couple of messages here again.
Your average Tyrian doesn't know that.
I'll just wait a little bit for Tony. Tony has been participating in a lot of these, but was there one of the days where we lost to the Umbriel. I'm just inviting a guy that has been there for many runs, but unfortunately didn't make it for the Umbriel. She doesn't do damage at all, like 200 per person, and we have lifesteal food that heals for 400-ish. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. She does feel like a lot of like, you just break bar her and break bar her and break bar her and make sure to move to the side every time she tries to hug you. / invite Tony did that. / group invite Tony did that. Let's see here. I probably just need to actually add him to my friend list. Tony did that. Boom. Oh well. Let's hope that's Tony. Oh, that's Lucifer. Oh well. Thank you for becoming a member, Danny. That means a lot over on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. It's excellent. I promise to put all of the money that I earn from that towards, you know, being able to make more content, both streaming like this and my normal guides over on YouTube, which are more like, how do you convert all of the currencies and get the most out of doing the things that you think is fun. Here. Ivari, we need an what's that called? Q heal, actually. Are you able to fill that? And or is someone else? They can all. Perfect. Lucifer. There we go. Thanks. You're literally the first person I've ever become a member of. Love your energy. You deserve it. Thank you, Danny. That means a lot, of course. And I think there are a couple of streamers with energy kind of like mine. I don't know if you've watched Fandral before. Fandral is one of those guys that I randomly ran into him because he was also... He was streaming Guild Wars 2 as well, and he joined one of my first convergence squads, and then he shouted me out, and he was just very chill, so I checked him out, and he is super chill. And I also feel kind of connected to him because we both have the hair going on. His hair is like very silver, and he got that at 21. I, of course, didn't get silver hair. I got no hair. I got that at 26. That's when my hair started to look like this. So I feel him as a old person hair squad. His looks better than mine, but what can you do? Do you have any idea for these essences? Have 100,000 of them? I mean, I assume you already have the legendary armor sets, both light, medium, and heavy. So I think it's just food for your, like, weekly, not Janthea,
Goodbye.
weekly Horn of Maguma stuff, right? The where's that? These actual fluctuating mass. I think that's the best thing you can put them in, right? I haven't actually set my ini. We used like put myself into that basically in Danish. But yeah. You've never really watched a Guild Wars 2 stream. Mostly Guild Wars 2 content you've seen is Mighty Teapot on YouTube. Yeah. Teapot is one of those streamers that I don't watch a lot because I think he is kind of harsh. Like he is he is funny and he's interesting, and I'm not saying he's a bad person or anything. I just think I go for different vibes. Let's put it in that way, right? I go for different vibes when I stream. I prefer the I'm trying to say this nicely because I don't actually have any beef with him. I don't think he's doing anything wrong. I just get that feeling of like he's flaming a little bit too much for my tastes. Basically. You get what I mean. Perfect. Okay. Per Lily mentioned they were AFK for a little while. I say we just start without them and let them join in when they get back. First phase isn't challenging after all. Let's see here. Let's do the ready check and let's see. Nobody put out a station, so I'm going to be putting out the station. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's do 4. And these for 5, 6, 7. Grab your demon station, food, and banners. And thanks to people who put down food and banners. Doom, doom, doom. I think cured meat flatbread is the one that I'm using, right? Yep. You're back now. Welcome back. I figured it was no problem since I know that you just went out for a little while, that you could just plop back in whenever. I can also see that you're the only one that hasn't pressed ready yet, probably because of the bug or because you're still in loading. Either way, we are just going to grab this. And we have 30 minutes before I need another ad break, which means we should be able to do this one before we need to do that. Perfect, 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 perfect. Danny says, I think he can be a bit jaded because he's played it for so long. I think he can be a bit jaded because if we add the little clause of because he's been playing the high-end content for so long, I think that's a good way to say it. And I think, yeah, that's probably part of it. But playing it for so long, let me show you something. This is my social proof that I am a true Guild Wars fan. This is the Ridlock statue that you got from the collector's edition of Guild Wars 2, the base game.
Portal in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus.
So I've been playing for a while as well, and I don't feel jaded. I get a little jaded sometimes, but it's more against people who are very, very like. I get jaded against jaded people, basically. I get jaded against, like, whenever I'm in a squad and someone begins really, like, flaming someone who's doing bad. Instead of actually explaining what they're doing, they just say, you know, your DPS is too low. Or you're doing that, you're bad. Or, oh my god, imagine not doing X or whatever. And it's like, you could also just explain what's going on. That would get you more of what you wanted and them more of what they wanted, and we could all be a nice community together, you know?
Refreshing.
Wow, the way you were acting, you thought I was fairly new? Nah, I mean, I am probably fairly new in playtime compared to people like Teapot. You know, he's been streaming a long time, and I have sometimes had breaks in the game. let's see, /H.
A little hard to concentrate.
I've played 2,813 hours of this game over the past 4,721 days. So, you know, if I played daily, I'd only have been playing, you know, half an hour every day since the game came out. Oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't. That you're right. That sounded like I was accusing Teapot of really yelling at people like that. Yeah, that's not what I meant. I meant like, it's the thing where I get the feeling of being jaded. It's when I see people that are like very aggressive towards people in their squad, and stuff like that. Dr. Grok says, hey, have you seen the deep dive yesterday? The deep dive? You mean the exploration of the classes? The new elite specs? Because yeah, I lurked on Fandrel's stream for that. I'm gonna have to switch over and play some Thief in the next expansion. I am so excited for having a Skrit army and a Skrit assistant, and like it has a cannon barrage where the Skrit sometimes explodes. It's amazing. That is something that I'm just like, mwah.
I can feel the demonic essence in those high cryptids.
Spits.
Take them down, and I could throw that power back in their face. Collect enough, and I can...
Oh, I'm not supposed to be here right now. I'm supposed to be... Okay, so everyone remember, you know, unlike me, please remember that if you are in group 1, 2, or 3, you're going to the arrow, 4, 5, and 6 goes to the circle, and 7, 8, 9, 10 goes to the heart. And let's get these killed. Whoopsie.
That feels good.
Haha, Antiquary looks so fun. I just hope they rethink the electric guitar. I don't think they will.
You will obey.
Because they are doing like here's a standard, or how you say that, for like every kind of race. And it's true that, honestly, I don't think that the Antiquary guitar is a problem. I think that the entire rock storyline about, you know, Chars having metal guitars is a problem. I don't think it's the Antiquary's fault. I think it's because they gave Chars that cultural like marker, or whatever, however you'd say that, which means that it just, you know, it's natural for a antiquarian to find a rock, you know, an electric guitar in this world, because they made that a part of Char culture. That's just, you know, it's not the antiquarian's fault. They'd have to rethink that entire part of it, and I don't think they're going to do that. But I kind of wish they did. It's one of those things where
That feels good.
I am not a huge proponent of like, let's get, you know, I think it's just fine to have swimsuits and a couple of like blazers, full suit sets and stuff like that. I don't need that, the amount of immersionism that it's not there at all. But I am generally against sci-fi in my fantasy games. I always got a little bit less interested in World of Warcraft in the periods where they, you know, when the Burning Legion began having spaceships that they used to travel between the planets, and we got onto those spaceships and invaded them, and you know, and then we had to take the fight to space where we were in a newly built Exodus spaceship and fighting Kil'jaeden, and it's like, oh, I just don't like my fantasy worlds progressing technologically, basically. You agree? Thank you, Grox. I'm happy you do. I think it's a taste thing, of course. I think it's totally fair to go, no, I like that. I like more of that in my games. I want all that kind of stuff. I think that's totally fair. Of course. It's just not for me. Oh, right, I also love the Necromancer. Let me just make that clear. I am excited for the Spiritualist, but that's because, I mean, I made my Necromancer Canthan, so I kind of want to plop him over into Spiritualist for like, not really role-playing, but you know, for immersion purposes. Is Guild Wars 2 my favorite MMO, and what other ones have you played other than WoW? All of them. Not all of them, but... Okay, I think... That question feels like a question of like... Yeah, but am I your best friend? It's like, yeah, you're one of my best friends. Yeah, but am I your best friend? Right? It's, I love many of the MMOs in different ways, and I do switch between them. I take breaks from my MMOs. I think there's more content variety in World of Warcraft, which means you get back in and you do the Mythic Plus and you do stuff like that, and that changes up in a way that's just a lot more variety than Guild Wars 2 has to offer. But that comes at the cost of every time you get back into World of Warcraft after a break, you have to get the new gear and the new stuff and the new blah blah blah, and where Guild Wars you can just like plug and play it. I think Guild Wars has probably one of the most interesting combat systems in any MMO, if not the most interesting combat system in any MMO, because it's so focused around dodging and not directly on you know, doing Holy Trinity stuff. I love the encounters in Final Fantasy XIV. Honestly, the raids in Final Fantasy XIV and the trials, of course, on their extreme, and I don't remember what the other one is called. They have special names for them, but those all feel those feel like dances. Like, they feel very much like dances. You have to get to one, to the other, to the first again. It's very tight timings, but it's also the same kind of timing every time, which means you get to really like get into the flow of combat. And they have a culture that's a lot better than Guild Wars when it comes to that. You can always find training squads up, and they are ready to progress through them. Like, you find progression squads in Final Fantasy under their own separate tab, which has a lot of activity, because the standard way to do it is to progress it. And that just means that it's a lot easier as a new player in Final Fantasy XIV to actually get into the raiding content than it is in Guild Wars. My favorite housing system is Star Wars The Old Republic, because of the variety of houses you can get, and because I love the Star Wars aesthetic. Their combat system is, you know, it's not dreadful, but it's like, it's the most standard combat system you could possibly imagine, right? So, I think I'm too far out for people to rest me here. Just get that. And, yeah. If we go a little bit more stretchy on the MMO, I've really enjoyed my time in Albion Online. I've really liked doing the entire crafting gathering. I love walking out into the high tier zones completely naked except for my high tier gathering tool, and then just dodging other players as I have to look at my map every second, trying to find tier 7 and tier 8 resources to gather, to bring back home. That's very, very interesting to me as well. Let's look away from her here. Right, let me talk a little bit about the boss to people who are watching and who are doing the convergence. I'm sorry, I should be guiding a little bit more. So this boss has a mechanic that we are also going to see in Umbriel, so get familiar with that. It's the eye over the head. Whenever she gets that, you need to look away from her. You need to look away so that she doesn't damage it. It's on right now. You can see the eye over her head. Look away. It's better to look away for a little bit longer and make sure that you are not getting... It's better to look away for a little bit longer, making sure you're not getting hit, and then just lose a little bit of extra DPS than it is to get hit by it. So I definitely suggest just spot the eye, turn around, wait for the 5 or 6 seconds. It's fine, we'll be doing fine DPS wise without that. And stuff like that. She also does a thing where she has a big attack in front of her, and she does the big lava fissures on the ground. See, there's the eye as we're approaching here, and the eye is gone. And somebody got down because they looked at her when the eye was up. That is how that works. When we get to Umbriel, and what makes Umbriel... What the mechanic I see that Umbriel gets the most people on is that Umbriel spawns... Pick up the essence, but be sure to look away from her while picking up the essence. There we go. And I'm going to leave an essence in there because I don't want to turn in 44 essence when Soja is that close to full health. So I'm going to leave an essence in there on purpose. Umbriel. Oh, damn. Oh, I got all the way killed. Should spend less time talking about Umbriel and more time focusing on the boss we're actually fighting. Remember, as a wisp, you're still going to be able to pick up essence, which means you are still able to play, you're still able to help your group, and you're going to be able to get people up once in a while with your 4. So whenever you see a group of downed people, if your 4 is up, please help them up. So, yeah. Well, people are naturally going to be throwing essence at Soja when we get this part where she moves. And resurrection. In challenge mode, you only get resurrected once, which means those of us who died and got to wisp form, we have to be very careful for the rest of this fight, because if we get into wisp form again, we are not able to be resurrected back to our full hero forms. That means that I am going to prioritize having less essence on me and being one of the first people to turn into Soja, because I want to make sure that I don't get killed by an ability that I shouldn't be hit by, basically. And you guys should think along the same vein. Again, she does these lava floats, make sure not to stand in them, and make sure to look away from her when she has the eye over her head. Those are the two mechanics that are the most important. She will begin to do this right now, where she, like, creates a gravity field. This is where the Warclaw also comes in super clutch, because the Warclaw will allow you to walk around pretty easily when you're in that state. Also, again, be careful about where the not walking into the on the ground stuff, because it is a lot of damage. It's not dealing a little damage, it's dealing a lot of damage. So walk out of it now, get out of the lava etches, or whatever you'd call them. Make sure to have your back to her when she has the eye up. Then turn back around.
That feels good.
And get on the Warclaw to easily pick up the essence, even though she's pushing us around. And turn it into Soja. Soja is getting kind of low, which means it's a good time to turn in essence. But of course, I'm not worried that Soja dies before this boss goes to 25%. Oops, there was still an eye up. Which she does now, which means we get some more essence and we get to turn into Soja here. It's a good idea to wait with your turn into Soja until we get to the next platform, because Soja will take damage while we're traveling, which means there's less of a risk of overhealing Soja if we are waiting until we get to the next platform. This phase of the fight is also the most important one to turn into Soja regularly at. because you don't want Soldier to die here at 2% HP or something. That's just very annoying when that happens. Remember to turn in essence to Soldier if you have it. And I'm getting on my Warclaw here, so that I can more easily pick up these essence drops. So turn them into Soldier immediately. Again, because right now, we just want Soldier to stay alive. And sometimes Soldier takes kind of like burst damage, so to speak. Look away from the eye. Then look back. Sometimes Soldier takes a lot of burst damage. And that is very risky. We don't want to be surprised and lose here at 9%. So all of the essence that drops here, please go and turn it into Soldier as soon as you pick it up. And look away from the boss at the same time. I'll be walking slowly towards the boss again here. Now we just have to burn her. The amount of health that Soldier has left is just the amount of health that we have left to kill the boss. I think we can do that, but it means we have to pump our DPS without getting hit by the lava flows. You guys are doing very well so far. Look away. Look back. And we got it. Nice, nice, nice.
Is not my scene.
Clean.
Let's head
17
back.
minutes, which means we
Breathe
got
in some
gold.
fresh air.
Good job again. And yes, GG, Danny. Whew. Have to remember to also be focused on what we're actually doing and not just chat too much about everything else. I'm in the alpha stuff that you could buy access to for Ashes of Creation. I've really enjoyed the crafting gathering stuff in there and the feeling of helping to like buff up the cities, basically. Being a cog in a machine is very much the effect you feel in that, and I really like that. What else do we have? I mean, I opened, what was that called? Rift, once upon a time. Rift. And I've played a little bit of Terra, and I've played a little bit of many of the more recognizable games on the like Just Drive Haze games list, so to speak. Bad MMOs, worst MMOs ever I've played. He also put some games in there that they are not classical MMOs. I've played Warframe, of course. Played a lot of Warframe, in fact. I'm a jack of all trades when it comes to this. And I will happily show you some of my other MMOs at some point as well. Depends on how many people are going to leave here. If you make your coffee in 5 minutes, then it's cool. I'll just ask the squad to take a 5 minutes break here. So go grab your coffee real quick, Joe. Okay. We've been going for a while. Go grab some water or coffee or whatever, and be back at XX 48-ish. I'll get the last of the group spots filled. It's always a good idea to just grab a little bit of, coffee, tea, whatever you need. Also, I need to make sure that the pre-rolls don't come back on, so while I reform the group, it's a perfect time to just roll a quick little ad break. If you want to avoid the ad break, it's a good time to drop your Twitch subscription, your either the, what's that called again, the Prime subscription, your Bezos bucks, or some of your own money, but only if you have it. Don't give me any money you can't afford to give away. Either way, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay. Saka, can you Oh no, that's just DPS. Can you queue DPS by any chance? I see you are a Harbinger, so I'm assuming that you can, but we'll see. Nice, thanks. Let's get you put down into group 6, I believe. Yes, QDPS group 6 left. And I don't know who else joined. Somebody joined without me knowing about them. I don't think Berserkers can be anything but like... can be anything but DPS. They might be able to, and I might have just removed like the QDPS or the ADPS from group 1. But let's hope not. And then of course we have one spot left. Let's see here. Oh, the spot is filled. The advantages of streaming is that sometimes your squads just fill themselves. I think CH Flux was the one that joined. They're in Anaios right now, so I'm just gonna assume that's true. And that means I'm just gonna put them down in the group that still lacked a person. Okay. We're starting back up at XX48. So that's your time to grab water, coffee, or whatever. There we go. That's the daily complete. Always nice. I wonder how many Lightborn weapons I've done so far. Lightborn. 4 of them. Maybe I should just do a little bit more. Not on stream, of course, but maybe I should just chill with a little bit more of the Bavanisos meta at some point. Get the last couple of weapons so that I get that extra bit of free wizard buck. Do 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 do. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. We filled the squad very quickly. It took... I didn't even get to put up the squad before people joined. Very, very nice to have those advantages of being a streamer sometimes. But that means that we're still giving people a little bit of time to get water or coffee or whatever. So we'll be starting up here in 4 more minutes. 3-ish, 4 more minutes. Oh, right, Andor. If I click the top of my DPS meter and go to stats... Yeah, I mean, I've already mixed this. So if I go... At... Oh, at... Please, where's my at? At 3. So that's gonna be... The third one is going to be percentage of group DPS, basically. So these 21.1k is going to be, you know, 0 DPS per second, 0% of... I've forgotten what that middle one was. But, like... Right, so 0% of damage total, and then... No, at 3 says cleave percent of total. Oh, topmost field. Ah. At 3. 3 is target per second. Oh, so that means that it's going to show me the amount of damage per second that is being done to my primary target. Very nice. What's my favorite expansion for Guild Wars 2? End of Dragons is yours, probably biased because it's when you started the game. No, I think in the Fragments is a really, really good choice. Like, it is the culmination of the Dragon Saga, right? It's one of the big ones. It was when we got a lot of strikes. It was when we got a bit of refreshment in the what's that called, in the fractal space. I don't know if it had any raids. You'd have to ask someone else. Thank you, Per Lily. Have a good one.
We send a few insurgents down, start some conflicting rumors about
That
small
means
wanderers,
I don't remember what Per Lily was.
people pick sides.
You like the fishing stuff? Oh, I don't. Well, I don't mind fishing per se. I just really don't like that fishing is. I don't like how efficient it is at.
Your average
Hold on, let me just put this up and say, CM convergences. Is it Sorrow we haven't done yet, or what's the other dragon called? Last Dragon. Dragon plus Umbriel. I don't remember what that last dragon's called. Pretty sure it did have raids. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, End of Dragons was just really, really good. And it's very difficult to come after that, because you have to do something after the end of a saga. I think Secrets of the Obscure suffered a lot from that, because they had to pick up an entirely new story and try to make something interesting happen from scratch. They couldn't rely on the dragons any longer. They couldn't rely on the primary threat of the game. And that's very, very different. But I think Janthia Wilds has really been pulling it home for me, story-wise.
I feel.
Oh, someone
strong.
joined and left. Janthia Wilds has definitely been pulling it home for me, because that's just been like, we had Secrets of the Obscure, had to throw out a new thread, a new everything. Janthia Wilds makes it a theme while keeping some of the characters and getting us back into some of the old characters instead of just being 100% 100% the best. Oh, it is Sorrow that we're lacking. I'm going to write Sorrow. Sorrow. Oh, and it's an A heal that we need to fill as well. We need one A heal. There we go. Dantheon is the worst in your opinion. Lowland Shore was amazing, but the rest was trash. Honestly, I really like how they handled... I kind of like there's always a big activity going on the map. In like... What's that one called? The one before Barbanissos. Mistburned Warrens. I kind of like that. I think Barbanissos is a little bit weird sometimes. I like Janthia Sentry just fine. And I think Janthia is one of the expansions where... Yeah, it's to me, what makes a good expansion is a good story.
Chill rising.
Let's see here. I think you are probably not a quick or Alec or healer or anything. Let's hope the guy who joined is, though. But yeah, I think to me it's great that we have the story based, because now we can go the story. A heal, please. You are Cloud. Once I've gotten this under control, I'll just... There we go. Perfect. Thanks. So... What was I going for? Right. I like that we now have a storyline going about the Mists. So while the last part was the Dragon Saga, this is kind of the Mists Saga. We are figuring out different kinds of consequences about how the Mists have interacted with our world. And I kind of hope that they are bringing that into the next one as well. I can only assume that they are. It would be weird to leave, like, Spectral Agony, for example. We now have a clear explanation for what the agony we feel in Fractals of the Mists is. Spectral Agony has a backstory now, and I want to see more involvement of that in the future as well. I want to see more threats from the mist that makes it so that the cryptids aren't just this one world-ending threat that try to happen from the dragons, but that there are constantly some sort of stuff happening with the mists in some way, and that, you know, that's just what a world deals with. And we have just not been focused on that because we've been focused on the dragons as the bigger threat that was actually world-ending, where this is usually more world-altering. And I want... This is a spoiler. Cover your ears if you haven't played Path of Fire. This is a spoiler. I want the human gods to come back at some point, and I want them to be partially antagonistic, because I want them to have found a new place for humans and go like, yeah, Tyria was lost. Anyways, we found you a new home. All of you have to come with us now, since you're our followers.
Concentration.
And then have like humans have to do something about their gods. Not all of them. I want some of them to be sympathetic, but I want to be more engaged with the six. I think that would be awesome. Okay, spoilers over again. By the way, due to stream title, you can play any convergence challenge mode with auto attack Dragon Hunter times 4 and 4 Q heal chronos, times 40 and 10 Q heal chronos, kick W. Yeah. I mean, I'm up for doing that at some point. If our community grows large enough, XD. Doop-a-doop-a-boom. Solgari, you here? You probably have the bug where the RC didn't. Yes. Sorry. There we go. Challenge mode, and of course we go A1, A2, A3, and we have 25 minutes left on the enhancement, which means that should last for this one. And then we can refresh it for Umbriel, which is the one we're most likely to fail. Sure. /G invite Kari Yanuoli. Here. Let's do it like this, I guess. Kari Yanuoli. Oh, it worked before. Cool. So yeah, I do have a Discord that you can find the link to if you want to join that by writing !Discord in Twitch. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out over on YouTube, Danny. That's just one of those things where YouTube is kind of worse at chatting than Twitch is. And then there's... what's that called? Then there's also a guild in-game that I'm slowly starting up here for people who want to do more instanced content, and for those of us who want to help them do that. And that is also going to be one of those things where you can whisper me in game. There's also a link to my name if you write !Guild in Twitch. And Danny, you said the fact that some voice lines are missing really bothered you in the story. I get that. It really bothered me too. But then I found out why. The reason those voice lines are missing is because of a SAG-AFTRA strike. A voice actor strike, basically. They should be being put in now. They should be recording those right now. But that was because the voice actor, the actors in general, the union for that when America went on strike. And they got some really nice things out of that strike, which I'm really happy about. You know, I want the workers to have the good deals, so I'm very happy when I see that voice actors have gotten, like, I think it was like 5% more for their pension funds, some increase in, like, expected pay for their role in general. Very nice stuff. Voice should... Ciantre, thank you for writing, said voice should be in the patch on the 18th of August. Nice. I'll have to be doing the story again at that point because it bothered me too. Wow, was it annoying to have like some of the voices just like main characters. I would rather have no voice acting than half voice acting. Because the fact that some of the characters you could hear and some of them you had to read was really jarring to me. Where if they had all just been something you had to read, that would have been fine. Oh, the Sylvari female was impacted by that. Oof. Rough. I'd also say, right now I'm one-tricking Necromancer, but my original character, the one that I see as my main, I kind of still see her as my main, is also a Sylvari female Elementalist. I don't play her very much these days. She's parked in the Sylvari home instance where she does my daily like home instance gathering stuff. But I still see her as my main because that's my character, yo. That's the person that I am. But I did switch to Necromancer because they're significantly more tanky for the story instance content. The story instance content on the Sylvari Elementalist was sometimes so annoying. And so I switched to this Necromancer instead. And then, because I was playing that, when I began playing actual difficult content, the Necromancer just kind of stuck. And I ended up doing this quick build, which I've been one-tricking ever since. What happens sometimes. Just grab all of the essence that spawned over here.
I chose you.
I think we're doing Sorrow now. Sorrow is the annoying dragon. So be prepared for when we get to Sorrow. There will be like a gazillion small rifts on the ground, and those rifts will knock you up. And when you're knocked up, you risk landing on top of his other on the ground ability. And the combo of those two deals an absolute ton of damage. Absolute ton. So that's the big wombo combo with Sorrow. Be aware of that. Oh, I was totally still in the air. I still had iframes there. Come on. Damn. Guess I jumped a little bit too early. Control. Okay. We totally got this. It's really nice to have a group that changes this little. This also means that I've been able to just... I didn't have to type out the explanations again and again after every boss, which is a time saver to say the least. And of course we didn't have to really look for more groups, which is also a time saver. So, very, very nice. do some damage from our thing. This dodge. And then we got it. Wow, Island 1 has already cleared. Whew. Someone is pumping somewhere.
Stand your ground.
Okay, I was in the dodge roll there. Please,
That feels good.
please, game, please. Oh well. I mean, I clearly wasn't, right? I am blaming the game for being bad. Not the game being bad. I'm blaming the game for me being bad. Which is really easy to do.
You will obey.
The raw power emanating from that crypt.
Excellent.
It's gonna take all my focus to keep it vulnerable to your
Moving on to
attacks.
Sorrow. Where did she spawn? Up there. Whoop. Get some crowd control in. Make sure to switch your sky scales over to your war claws so that you have an easier time. Sorrow is also a dragon that messes with the gravity, which means you're going to have those pull and push effects, which again, your sky scale, not sky scale, your war claw is a really good counter to. There's a drop, which means I'm going to turn in my 50 so that I can get these new things. Oof.
Let's get to it.
Why are you not activating? That's a little annoying. Feel like I clicked my my shroud without it activating, but I guess I didn't, since it didn't activate. And as a quick DPS, I'm going to be turning into Soja. We got the CC, which is nice. It's moving, which is also nice. You can see how our Soja is generally getting down to like half health sometimes, which usually we would like to avoid. But it's also, if you trust the group you're in, it's also kind of okay, because again, that means that we're doing more DPS. And then when people turn in between sessions, basically, that means that we are going to be... Oof.
We heal as one.
Some CC in there. That means that when we're moving between sessions, we are going to have more DPS, basically. But that only counts if she doesn't die. If Soja dies, we are messed up. Oof. Oh. Here, behind the dragon, and CC the dragon. Oof, we just got the CC off, which is very nice.
Drawing off flames are like bread.
Brilliant, Ember. Sharp blades.
We are getting a drop here, which is also nice. I reached 50 stacks. I'm gonna go heal Soldier so that I can pick up more stacks. Nope. Because again, I'm a boon DPS, which means we lose less DPS if it's me who is who's turning in than if it's a pure DPS who's turning in. Oh, that's annoying. But we'll make do with it. Just want that last one. Just want that last one. Ah, damn. Oh well. Let's get this guy scaled up. And yes, as Andor points out, if you have the Relic of the Eagle, then while we're flying between boss phases, you can turn that on basically. You can turn that on basically to get extra damage, because it gives you 10% extra damage against bosses that are below 50% HP. If you're a power DPS specifically, it doesn't give as much if you're a condition DPS, so it's not worth switching if you're condition. But if you're power DPS, the Relic of the Eagle, since you're out of combat while flying between bosses, you know, when it moves around, is worth using basically. Switching to. That's the word I'm looking for here. Soja is getting really low, so now is a really good time to get some turning in done. Squad, please turn in essence if you have any to spare. And we should all have a little bit to spare here once we've picked up the stuff that's on the ground. There we go. Healing Soldier. Remember that when it hits 25% here in a second, it's going to teleport. We're going to get more essence. You don't need to bring this to Soldier until we're to the next location. Less risk of overhealing if you don't turn in until we've reached the next location. So turn in when we reach middle, basically. Don't turn in right now. There we go. And Soldier is at 90%, so it's a good time for you to keep your essence if you are one of the pure DPS pumpers. Remember that picking up essence here at the end is still really, really important, because it really sucks to lose when you are like at 2-3 DPS percent of health left, which sometimes happens when people don't turn in here at the end. So make sure to keep an eye on Soldier's health even as we are getting into the last part of this. I can be a little worried about whether we are going to make it with Umbriel, because if Soldier is generally at this low health when we are fighting non-Umbriel combatants, Umbriel is way worse.
I'm losing hold. The tether is pulling us back. I need more cryptoseconds.
So there is a risk that we are just either not getting enough essence, or people are not turning in enough essence, or some combination of the two for Umbriel. But the only way to really see that is when we try it, of course. Good job.
But at least that's a few less of Ephardt's friends.
Honestly,
on their feet.
I think maybe
Let's head back
looking at
home.
the completion time, that's all the way down to 15 minutes, which is kind of fast, and our damage per second being just under 1 million, I think there's also a chance that people are simply, you know, choosing to keep their essence longer than they would be doing in a normal group, which means there's more time where they are, you know, pumping more DPS and we're getting a faster clear. Just be very careful about Soja once we get to the last one. Let's pump. I've got 30 minutes till Ura Legendary Challenge Mode. Cake W. Okay, you're not alone. Let's do it. And Obito Uchiha. There we go. Obito Uchiha. Guild Wars 2 says, nice run. Thank you very much. So, we need a Q DPS and a Q4. 6 and a Q heal for 3. Just noting that. Hello. Hello, Uchiha. Nice to meet you. Eller Obito, I guess. Which one do you prefer? Do you want to go by the last name of Sasuke's clan? Of Itachi's clan, let's be fair. Sasuke is a shadow of his bigger brother. Let's see here. Umbriel. 1 Q heal. Oh, Neo is willing to go Q heal. Or DPS. / DPS. I'll just search for either then, Neo. And we'll have you fill the other. And then DPS the rest. Neo, which group are you in right now? Itachi, best character written in Naruto. Itachi is the best. Everybody agrees. Nice. And you are not alone. Thank you. You are great A heal. I'm very happy with my healing. And by random... I was about to say, by random happenstance, we have someone in the squad called Itachi Scrap. But then when I hovered over them, I saw that their account name matched you, Obito. Neo is in squad 8 right now. Neo. CH Flux. Excellent. And someone joined who was DPS. I'm going to ask you to be a Q heal. Neo, if you would go Q heal then. And Sternenmorn. I think I've seen you in my squads before as well. Moan. I don't know if you're in chat, but I think I've seen you in the group before. Awesome. And thanks for ADPS Sternen. And then the last one who joined and said just DPS somewhere. DPS Arian. Who I don't see up there, which means they've probably changed character. Yes, self-frowned. There we go. Perfect. Alright. we go. Whew. Unfortunately not today, Salad. I will be doing them this Monday at 3 p.m. GMT +1. Okay, so important thing to be aware of with Umbriel. We need to I see a lot of people failing the big circles of damage where she moves 5 times. So take getting out of those as your highest priority. Whenever she does those, even if they contain essence, get out and pick up the essence later. After 50%, third and fourth phase, that is, she will be combining her eye effect with it. The eye effect is a huge glowing eye on top of her model. Whenever that happens, you have to look away from her or get downed. When she combines them, it will be the eye will trigger when she is in one of the circles.
Refreshing.
So look away from the circles after getting out of them to avoid both mechanics. And yeah, but Umbriel, but we're here to kill Umbriel. I heard no one likes being killed. So we're already on the shit list. Anyways, for new joiners, real quick, I'm never kink shaming. Never kink shaming. For new joiners, real quick, I'm live over on twitch.tv/mookchivalry and am gently guiding with voice during the entire fight. If you find value in that, you can, thank you for following, Inferno, can pop over and follow along. Entirely optional, of course. Let's have fun and do our best. We will try again if it fails. There we go. And let's see here. 1, 2, 3. And I need to get the demon station out. And we need to make sure that people are actually getting
2 as 1.
these. Get your food, demon station, and banner. There we go. Bloop and bloop. And I still have a half an hour on my food, so I'm just gonna keep that. Ready check. And yeah, if you're enjoying what's going on your screen, please consider following along, because we are going to be doing these every week, and we're going to be doing a lot of other challenging content. When we're done with this one, we're going to be moving on to doing Cosmic Observatory challenge mode, and then after that we'll do Ether Blade Hideout challenge mode, and then we're going to do all the 6 challenge mode fractals. That's the plan for today. And that's what we are going to be going for. Oop.
I've got the target.
Hold on, we can do that. Mei Soroga. There we go. I believe that if I just use the character name you're on right now, it should invite you across all characters, basically, right? Because guilds are account-wide and not character-based in Guild Wars.
Armored up.
You should already have an invite waiting in your guild tab. Press G to access it. Oh, Umbriel. There we go. Got it. Cheers. Cheers to you, Danny. You the real MVP.
Doing that one for days.
Portal in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so reviving will be a challenge. Luckily, Boban taught me a few tricks. Resurrection spells take a lot of magic. The best source of that here is going to be the essence that Eparch's grunts drop. Bring that essence to me, and I'll do the rest.
So, same procedures every year, James. We're going to be going through, doing all these Cryptus things. We are going to be doing the... perfect carry. And we're going to be killing the Essence of Spites as we go. And of course, our goal is to pick up as much Essence as possible, so that we can bring it over to the boss fight. Basically, have as much healing banked as possible, and have as much damage output as possible for when the boss fight starts. And also for when the islands start. Just in general, faster clear times, faster convergence. You know, gold rating, hopefully. But yeah, when I think about how we got 15 minutes, 45 seconds clear time on the last one, I think we might fail on essence, but we definitely will get gold if we succeed with this squad. I believe that. I think people are pumping very decently. I think the only thing that can really go wrong for us is if we don't manage our essence well. Which there is a risk that we won't, right? If we go down too much, that wastes essence, because we might not get all of it picked up. If we accidentally hand in essence when Soja is already at 100% health, that wastes essence. All of these small optimizations might mean the difference between succeeding or failing here at Umbriel. I was corrected, it's not actually a woman, it's a man. He is the most difficult boss there is. At least the wiki says he about Umbriel. I don't know why I think the name Umbriel sounds like a female presenting name, but I don't know. Something about it.
Clear the air.
Oh, those have spawned. So it's time to go to the right boss. Remember, if you are in group 1, 2, or 3, you go to the arrow. If you are in group 4, 5, or 6, you go to the circle. And if you're in 7, 8, 9, or 10, you go to the heart. And Danny says, misgendered, get cancelled. Honestly, I have never met a single trans person that has any more problems with you misgendering them than if they can just say, hey, actually I'm a woman, or hey, actually I go by she, her, or hey, actually I go by he, him. And if you just say, oh, okay, I'm sorry, and then you say their preferred pronoun, did blah 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 blah, pick up the story again from there. I've never met a transgender person in real life that needed anything else. So when people get cancelled, it's a bit of a meme, but when people get cancelled for real, it's usually because they get angry that they get corrected, and then they begin shouting and being mean and being all kinds of stuff. In real life, transgender people are generally very patient about, especially, it's doubly true if it's someone you've known for a while, because sometimes it just takes time to unlearn your previous habits and learn new habits. And then also part of a factor in it is that unfortunately many of them are just used to it. How do I get up again? I got knocked down, which is, you know, not where we want to be, but it means that they are sometimes more lenient, just because if you fight every time, that's going to be very, very draining. Of course, I'm not transgender myself. If any transgender viewers think differently about it and wants to let us know, feel free to comment. I am primarily going off of my experiences interacting with people who are transgender and my friends who are. So, you know, I am open to changing. All that sort of stuff. Doesn't matter to me, you know. As if I find it like whatever people want to be called, it isn't in any way. It's impossible to be transgender. They make very good wigs. I will say that they make very good wigs. I did actually consider getting a wig because back when I realized that I had no hair, I was like, oh damn, I'm never going to be able to actually get like a proper hairdo again. I'm never going to be able to do all that kind of stuff. And I did consider a wig, but then I was like, I also feel a little more fake in a wig. Not that there's anything wrong with wearing a wig, I just got like but that doesn't feel like me, so I ended up not getting a wig. But I did consider it. It is one of those things, right? You don't choose your hair. But that's also one of the things that I feel like when I see Fandral stream and he is all silver fox and he got his like gray hair when he was, what did he say, 21? I'm like, I know that feeling, bro. I know that feeling. I get you, man. I'm currently in a midlife crisis, growing my hair to hide my hairline. Ironically, I had been doing that without thinking about doing it back before. The way I learned that I had been that I was balding was about when I was 26. All the way from when I was like 21. For 5 years, about 21 to 26, I had long hair, like very long hair, and I had my it's called sideskilling in Danish, which means side change thing. I had it over here, and so I had a lot of hair like combed over, and it wasn't a comb over when I got that originally, but it became a comb over as I aged, and I didn't realize. My hair just got a little bit thinner, but it was always like this, so I just didn't know that there was no hair underneath. And then one day some friends convinced me that I should get a haircut to see what I'd look like with short hair. And there was just no hair underneath when we did that haircut. It was just that's when I learned that I was bald. It's how it is sometimes. Okay, so we're focusing up here because we are now facing Umbriel. A difficult fight. We want to pump as much DPS as possible here from the beginning, because we want to take full advantage of while we still have a lot of essence that we haven't turned into Soldier yet. Also, it's very annoying that Umbriel is near Soldier. Dodge roll that. Because, of course, we risk walking into Soldier. I think Soldier is at full health right now because some people accidentally wasted their stuff by walking into her. That's, of course, very, very bad for us in the long run. So even though there's drop essence, I'm not gonna pick that up. I have 50 essence on me right now, and Soldier is at full health, so there's no reason for me to try turning in my essence to pick up 15 new essence. We are very, very much struggling because of this little, like, boss is standing on top of Soldier thing. That doesn't mean that we're not going to get it just because of this, but let's roll that. But it does mean that we are a little bit at risk here. I'm going to turn in my essence now so that I can get the new essence, because I noticed that Soldier wasn't at full health before. But it does mean that we don't have the advantage that we had previously. Also, here comes the phase where they have a lot of minions, and we have to kill all the minions, and then we have to break bar the boss. So just be aware of that. And also all of the minions do drop essence. And there's going to be a phase like that when the boss reaches 1%. That means don't be cocky when we get to 1% on the boss. Make sure to keep Soldier as healthy as possible, because we will have to kill the ads. And make sure to bring over all of the essence that you pick up from the ads to Soldier, because I predict that at that point we're going to have a very low Soldier that we want to make sure to it doesn't die while we're clearing ads and the boss is at 1% health. Because it is a normal place to fail, it's the normal way to fail, and it of course very much sucks when you do that. I see that Andor is going full pump mode, topping the DPS meter. Get out of the circles. This is when you get out of the circles. It doesn't matter that there's still essence in there. We need to not be in those circles. You can see half the group just got down. Those circles are our top priority. I'll just write in the squad. Those are the circles that are the top priority. Now we know what they look like. Okay. Back to fighting. Getting out of the circles again here. Out of the circles. 4 and 5. Way fewer people got down here. That's so nice to see. People are learning. Remember that the priority when people get down is to pick up their essence and then help them up afterwards, because we want to waste as little essence as possible. Because we had that tragedy at the beginning where the boss decided to stand on top of Soldier, which is going to make our life significantly harder here. So get these terrors done, move to the next phase, and the second you arrive, try to heal Soldier if you have any amount of healing to give. The boss needs to be broken here. So pick up essence. Remember, the boss drops essence. We want all of the essence because Soldier is constantly at risk at this boss, especially with the start we had. So that's just one of those things where, because we started where we did, we are going to constantly be struggling with keeping Soldier up, and we have to balance that with killing the bots. Yes, as May says in squad message, from this point, healing red is far more important than DPS. Of course, DPS is also important. And this is the point, out of circles, we need to move out of the circles here.
That was a blast.
Excellent. I see only one person gone down to the circles there. This is also where the boss will begin doing the eye, which means be aware of whenever the boss tries to eye you. Look away from the boss. Don't make eye contact. Whenever there's an eye on top, of course. Okay. And the only way that we get more essence, of course, is to pump DPS. We need to get out of the circles, that's the priority. I'm sorry to those people down, we just need to not be in the circles. Help people the second you can, while prioritizing getting essence and getting the essence of Soja. And right now, not looking at the boss. There we go.
Bringing the fire.
Very good job, very good job. We are keeping Soja up through effort and through dealing a lot of damage to the boss. Dealing damage to the boss is very important, because DPS equals healing, since there's more essence drops. But every time essence drops, we will have to get it to Soja, because Soja is constantly at risk of going down here. Out of the circles, that's your top priority, out of the circles. You might notice I talk way much more here than I do in the other ones. That's because this boss is less forgiving than the other bosses. So we really need to make sure that we get it done right. Because it's so easy for soldiers to die. Look away from the boss. Look away from the boss so that you don't die to the eye. Then turn back. Good job, good job. I only see a few people down to that. That's very nice to see. People are doing well. People are doing well. That doesn't mean we won't fail. We can still fail, depending on how this goes for the rest of the fight. Depending somewhat on luck and a lot on skill and focus. But we are doing well so far, especially for the circumstances. Remember to pick up the essence. You should get 15 essence from the boss here. And you should also have some essence from the other guys. Excellent, excellent. We are in the last stretch here. So be very, very careful. Oh, get out of the circles. And there will be circles plus eyes here, which means look away from the circles after you're out of them. And you can look back in. So this is the phase where we have both the circles and the eyes at the same time, which kind of makes it easier because as long as you remember the circles, you know that you don't have to take care of the eye for anything else. You just know that when circles, get out, then turn your back on the circles. I'm being a little cheeky. Ah! What was that? It's really bad. We lost a lot of essence here. Get out of the circles though. Even the essence isn't worth getting the circles. And remember to look away from the circles as well. Now you can look again. Pick up any essence that people who got down drop. It's more important than the people. I'm sorry people who got down. We love you too, but essence first, then people. If you can dodge roll the little, like, thing, that's also a good thing. We are going to get essence one more time here, I think, at about 10%. When we get that, make sure to pick it up and get it to Soja, but right now out of the circles. Out of the circles. And look away from the circles. It looks like it's at circle 3, basically, that the boss does the eye thing. So after circle 3, you can probably look back. Wait for circle 4 if you're not comfortable. There's essence drop. Make sure to get all the essence while not looking at the boss. There we go. I guess I lied when I said you never had to deal with that mechanic outside of the circles again. Because clearly that boss was just like, okay, watch me. Or, you know, don't watch me, as it might be. Anyways, we're pumping, we're out of the circles. We are so out of the circles. I'm almost out of the circles. I got out. Now we can look back and we can fight back again. We're doing well. Remember that there will be a minion phase when he gets to 1%, which means we will have to deal with his minions here. So we're not quite scot-free yet. We are doing well though, especially considering our trouble at the beginning. Now there's minions. Get those minions, and during the minion phase, especially if you're a Wisp right now, get that essence back to Soja as soon as it drops. We need ASAP essence delivery to Soja. Keep her up for this last bit. While we deal with the last aspect here. Then we have to break the boss. And we did it. Good job. Very, very good job. Everyone here, absolute heroes. Did it in 18 minutes. We got it. We got through. Whew. Cheers all. Absolute heroes. Fantastic run. Yeah, I agree. Barely anybody left between runs, which means we didn't have to fill up the group multiple times, and afterwards we also just got Soja. Whew. Cheers all. I'll be doing this run again Monday at GMT +1 and include Janthea in that as well. Have an amazing day. If I could take all of you with me, that's mostly for you guys who are here. If I could take all of you with me over to Cosmic Observatory Challenge Mode right now, I would. Unfortunately, there's only space for 10 people in that squad. So, you are not alone, says you're a Fandral viewer, I heard. Yep, I definitely am. I do like Fandral. I didn't know about him until he randomly joined a convergence I was doing, and he gave me a shout out when that convergence was done. But that was very fun. Thank you for watching, Obito. I hope you have a great day and a great evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And, remember to throw a follow. I think you already did throw a follow, but, remember to throw a follow so that you know when I go online next. I'd take all of you with me into COCM if I could. Thank you for the follow, Alticore. Then you should know me, actually. My name is dropped like 30 times every stream to help out with stuff. Oh, you're Cloud? Oh, yeah, for sure. Nice. Welcome to the stream, Cloud. And thank you for following as well. Did I miss one? Just making sure here. I got Obito Uchiha, thank you for following. And Malix Crash, thank you too for following. It's been really, really fun. And see you on Monday as well, Matt Knight. It's been great. On my stream, the guy that's my go-to right now is called Andor. He's the guy that I'll talk to 30 times every stream to go like, hey Andor, how does this work? How does that work? How do we do all of this stuff? All that kind of good stuff.
Refreshing.
Thank you for following Sun Matrix 64. Thank you. Means a lot. And somebody is asking about the guild. I will, of course, gladly invite someone to the guild. Vex, Dahlia, Curioris. There we go. And say squad. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Big one. And squad chat. But unfortunately, we're only 10 people. Anyone here want to keep going into COCM? I'd gladly take any of you if you haven't tried it before. You just have to watch Muckluck's 3-minute guide first. Get to the point, COCM. Oh, of course I can, Wade. Wadidadidudida. Wadihadidudida. One of my favorite names to try to pronounce in the game. Oop, I'm in a chair. Whoopsie. Perfect. You're all welcome. Though the squad is full now, so we have to make sure we're what's that called? We're good on healers and boon DPS. Perfect. Let's see, I'll just throw everyone up in here for half a second. Then I'm going to pull myself down. I'm a quick DPS, and we have Lucky Jep. Lucky Jep. If I got a link to the Muglock guide, yeah, I can provide that for sure. Let's see here. Open a new window. Get to the point. COCM. Here we go. Whoop. I need this part of it. And the Muglock guide. Yeah, I'm gonna do fractal CMs after this Mad Knight. When we've done this and Etherblade Hideout, I'm going to do fractal CMs. Unfortunately, it seems full right now, but if a spot opens up, of course. Super. Where was Lucky Jep? There was Lucky Jep. And okay, Vex can fill anyone able to do any sort of boon DPS or heal. Ah, of course, Nanas. There we go. Bloop. Should have an invite now. I'll pull down... Oh, you're already in the squad, Nanas. That makes sense. Let's see. Vex. I'll at least pull Vex down here. Bloop. What? Perfect. Which role would you rather? Awesome. Please go A heal then. And Vex, please go Q DPS. I hear that in general. Yep. Nanas. That's perfect. Okay. I hear that in general it's a good idea to have A heal and Q DPS because there's a little bit more. There's usually a little bit more like. Oh, we need to be a 10-player thing. There we go. Because there's usually a little bit more... Oh, we lost someone. There's usually a little bit more performance in that. Does anyone in chat want to join? Feel free to join up. Thank you, Wade, for that. And thank you, Soensilla, as well. Let's make sure to keep this. Bloop, 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 bloop. If not, then we're just gonna find someone in the group find over here. We're going strike missions, COCM. Okay, so basically what I like to do for strike missions, what's that called? I like to do write COCM, and I like to say whatever we lack, of course, it's DPS right now. Then I usually go have some KP or be willing to watch video in group description. This squad is being streamed over on Mook Chivalry. Because COCM is probably the easiest of the strike mode CMs, which means you will likely be able to do it if you just watch the video. It is going to be harder when we move over to Etherblade Hideout. You guys are still welcome there, but it is going to be harder, just be aware of that. And I'm just going to copy this again, and I'm going to say, squad message, the video, search, get to the point, COCM on YouTube. Ha! Giga, you don't need. Giga, I trust. You've jumped before. You don't need to grab the KP. That's fine. I absolutely already know who you are. We've struck before. Stricken. Struck. Welcome back, Danny. And no problem, if we mess up, we'll just try again. Someone will likely make a mistake along the way. That's natural. It's fine. We can do a couple of tries before we actually get it. That's no problem at all. Especially with... Oh, you're not welcome, sis. That's actually wrong, that A heal plus Q DPS has more performance than the other way around. You just find less A DPS player than Q DPS players. But that got better with A DPS mech, especially with healing Firebrand being the only S tier healing being in the same realm as heal Chrono. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I believe that doing mech Alec has a lot of usability, or whatever you'd call it, like a lot of utility is the word. Utility, and healing Firebrand is definitely awesome. Yeah, I can see that. I trust you. I definitely do. Neo, are you on your way? Heart. They are, clearly. Okay. If you have any food or enhancements, it's a good idea to use them. We just need you to pump the DPS, Neo. So, a rule of thumb is that after each minion phase, we want to have 2.5 minutes left per 25% boss HP. So after first minion phase, we want 7.5 minutes left. It's not completely needed, but it's a nice benchmark to go for. Okay. And we're gonna pop one of these and pop one of these. Oh, I accidentally popped two. And then somebody was nice enough to put some actual food down. It's power food. I guess I should go back to my non-power food. But A-Heal Spectre and ADPS Spectre is also looked down on, although it's performing like a monster at the moment. Oh, really? Are they nice right now? I am considering learning Thief because I'm very, very excited for Antiquarian. That just hits all of my, like, go my Scrit minions kind of things. So that's that's just super exciting to me. I also want to just learn Crit Word because that should be pretty easy, and I want to learn Boon Chronomancer because, yeah, I want that as well. Here, get you, good job. And of course, okay, so check if it is you and then move a little bit back. Very well done. And once this demonic aura is less than 10 seconds, which is now, we can pick up these like white things, so that the second this goes down, we can throw another one. I threw it a little bit early because I'm an absolute noob and I was busy explaining. But you'll be able to do it better. Also, the most important mechanic for you to actually move out on here is you want to make sure that you get as far away from the group as possible when you have the big red cloud underneath you. Go all the way away from the group for that, and don't come back until you are absolutely sure that it has stopped following you. Oh, it's me. Please stand in front of me. I'm squishy. Thank you. Yeah, make sure to not come back to the boss until you are absolutely finished with that. Let's see here. Oh, that was lucky. And also get hit by as few of those blue things as possible. Each of them decrease your damage done by 25%. So if you're hit by 4 of them, that means that for the next while in the fight, you are not going to be doing any damage.
Attacking enemy targets.
So we want to avoid those as much as possible.
How amazing I
I need help. Bigger.
And we have to get out here.
That went better than I
And then see if we can still save that guy. And then of course, get over in front of the arrow. Excellent. Dodge the same direction. We want to all come out in the same direction if we can. Oh, it's me. Sorry, don't stand in my pools. I'm going to run the lap here. I'm going to go within you. And then once I come back, make sure to stack as much as possible. Don't range the minions. Go as close to the minions as possible, because we want the minions to stack up so that we can CC them better and so that we can cleave and AoE them better. So we want to make sure to stand in one tight group. Just trust our healers to keep us alive. We're a little bit behind, but not catastrophically behind right now. Yeah, you cannot stand in front of... GG and reset. So that's the next one. It's that we have to clean out. And you have to stand in a way where you are not getting hit by those, basically. You're Not Alone says, or Cloud says, it's a really nice class and has in some fights, even more unique cases where it's top tier. Ooh, very excited. Very, very excited for that. But yeah, here we just go again, basically. So what we failed to... I think most of you guys are in chat, right? What we failed to was that a lot of you got hit 2 times in a row by numbered arrows. You're only allowed to get hit by 1 of those, which means you have to not stand in the way of anyone who has arrows. Usually, we as the arrows will be the ones that has the responsibility to move away so that we don't touch any of you. But if you see that you're standing on top of an arrow and that arrow doesn't seem to be moving, then of course it's better that you move than that you know that it's technically the other guy's fault, right? Let's get you down here. It's also a boss where you can make sure to not do your entire DPS phase until we get that first break if you want. That's gonna make it easier, you know, to do more damage, because she doesn't really take any damage until we've removed her shield. Oh well, she takes some damage, but she doesn't take a lot of damage. I'm not good at following that advice myself, by the way. I usually stand on top of her when she does that. Remember to dodge these. Your top priority is to not stand on top of those. Well, one of your top priorities. I guess there are more priorities at this boss. Yes, exactly, that's perfect. When you have a green arrow, the right call is to stand still. Get a little bit out, but then stand still. Because we can always move in front of you, whereas if you move around too much, you might not be in front of us. You see, I just got 3 stacks of debilitated, so for the next 12 seconds, I'm doing 75% less damage, which is absolutely horrific. Because I didn't dodge well enough. Ugh. That's my bad.
Refreshing.
I am also a noob sometimes.
I'm in your dirt.
Someone grab that, someone grab that. That means I can just go back in. Be sure to get back when you have the arrow on you. A little bit further is nice, because people are not standing in front of you right now. There we go. Okay, here's the first monster phase. It's bad that we're spread out, because we want to be on the same part, so that the monsters come to us. Don't stand on top of the thing. When you hit 10 stacks, you get taken over, as you just experienced. So if someone is lying down in that and you can't reach them, you have to just let them die. That's just how it is. Let's keep going here to get some more experience with the boss, but we might not be able to make it since we're already behind on our time. Still, getting a little bit more experience after this first minion phase is probably a good idea. Remember that you...
By my will.
Remember to spread out here. You can see a lot of us have like arrows on top of us, and you are not allowed to stand in more than one of those. Excellent. Good job. Did that phase really well this time. What we need to be sharper on is generally stacking, especially in the minion phase. We want 9 people to be on top of each other during that minion phase. And then the last person, the one that has the pool spawning under them, have to do an entire loop of the map to make sure that we don't get hit by too much. If someone is having pools following them, get all the way out from the group when you have that. And of course, you have arrows above your head as well. Make sure to not get hit by more than one of those things, like that. I know that she just mixed mechanics. She's actually one of the bosses that doesn't always do that, which means we were a little bit unlucky there. Stack, 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 stack. Excellent, good job. Now make sure not to get hit by the blues, as always. And we want her shield down as fast as possible, of course. While notice that we have numbers above our heads, so we have to not get hit by the numbers, as well as being careful about all of the other stuff. It's a little tricky. Also, if we get one of those pools on top of her, she will regain shield while it's on top of her. So it's very important that we don't get it on top of her. It's nice if you walk a little bit farther back if you're targeted by the green arrow, just to make sure, because you died there because you were standing in front of too many people. There we go. Okay. Pool walks around. The rest of us stack up as tightly as we can. The best place to stack up is usually on the command attack, just because it's easier to find for people. And let's get over. It's a little bit. It's one of those things where minions sometimes makes the monsters go for the minions instead of for us, which is kind of bad. Because this means that we've spent way too long on this minion phase because all of the minions didn't come to us. The way I do it, Vex, is that whenever the green mechanic happens, instead of looking at my head, I walk a little bit to each side to see if the arrow matches my movements. And then I know if I have it on me, because if the arrow doesn't match my movements, it's not me, but if it does match my movements, I have to move further back. Stack, 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 stack. Those screens are allowed to be on top of each other. It looks like they're not, but you are allowed to stack those. She's going to be doing AoE here in a second. You can see it by whenever the pools are spawning outside, she'll begin that AoE thing. And you can see that because we have a pool on top of her, her demonic aura kept spawning up and getting bigger. So it's always very bad if we risk having those on top of her. Now we wipe if we don't have enough CC, and I don't have any CC on me right now because I used it as part of my rotation. There you go. So that's usually the last check. That's the check that some more experienced groups also fail. It's the check where if you don't have enough break bar damage available, you will instantly die there. I'm going to grab Spectral Grasp just to have a little bit more CT to help out with that. Also, we are... In case you want to know something amazing, a Mesmer is able to solo this boss because the 10-minute countdown, they can distortion through it. Which means that there is a guy, I forget his name, a challenge runner guy who did this boss solo in 24 minutes. Which is pretty crazy. Excellent. Check if it's you and go out. Excellent. Good job. And again, move a little from side to side if you're in doubt. And then move... Oh, not that time! Whoopsie. Let's GG here. I think we need all our DPS. And it's early in the fight. No problem. That does happen.
You cannot take my
while you're new, just be careful about the green arrow. Hold on while I change my stream title over to proving that anyone can CM some strikes. CM strikes. There we go. And we're all here, and that means we can ready check.
Agony, torment, pain.
Excellent.
Armored up.
If you don't stop her, we have no
I am dead.
We want to check if it's you, and then move back if it is. And not move to the side of the squad, just directly back so that we keep sheltering you. Which you just did, which is very good. Very good job on the green arrow there, Neo. And make sure not to stand on top of whatever she's throwing out there. This is a little bit annoying because this phase, she gets 10 new stacks after she breaks through that. And it's just one of those things. Check if it's you, then move back. Excellent work, Vex. Excellent. That's exactly what you want to do when you are targeted by green arrow. Or whenever the green arrow is up. Even when you're not targeted, you want to check if you are, right? Also, when she's at the side and throwing out her... when she's at the side and throwing out those blue orbs, they are very... You know, they follow straight paths and will only ever go down those like 6 or so paths. Whereas if she's in the middle, it's very random. So here, random, you have to constantly be aware and try to dodge as well as possible. But when she's at the side, you should be able to just dodge out because they are predictable. Oh, remember to dodge roll out of this. I don't think these, though they will hit. Oh, that's such an unlucky change. Be careful not to be in the pools if you're resing me there. But thank you for resing me. But be careful not to be in... of course they're still following me. Sorry, my bad. If we get 10 stacks of residual anxiety, it's a little red button at the bottom of your screen. Then you're going to be taken over, which is why you cannot spend a lot of time in the pools. Because if you do, you are going to become an enemy that we have to down to get you back. However, we are making good time on this. 7 minutes 27. This is very doable if we keep this up for the rest of the fight. Be careful to spread out. Spread out. You have markers over your head. You're not allowed to get hit by more than one. That counts for the people, the DPS in the middle, of course, too. But yeah, by spreading out, you can make sure to do that. I'm not the one. Someone is targeted but isn't behind us, so stand very close to the boss to try to save them. Yeah. Sorry, Soul, you were too close to the boss. You didn't notice your thing. Happens sometimes. We will try the boss without you. This means that if you're in squad 3, be aware that your healer is dead, so be very careful. Try to dodge roll as much stuff as possible. Also, we have numbers, so be careful where you go in as DPS here. Let's see if we recover. Let's just try to recover here. It's nice to get the experience in, even when it's a little risky.
Hold it together. Slice them apart.
There we go. Weren't enough. Okay, we've lost 3. GG and reset. GG and reset. We're doing very well on timer now. We just have to clear mechanics, especially the one... GG again. Especially the one where she... what's that called? We just have... Especially the one where she marks 5 of us. DPS that go into melee at that phase. Be careful not to stand in front of people marked. Excellent. Okay. As always, we go again.
Come here.
I wonder if she counts as a cryptist when she's possessed there. She's a wizard, but she's possessed, so is she kind of a cryptist?
Refreshing.
Kind of feels like she would be a cryptist here. Oh, am I... hold on. I need to also check something here. Oh yeah, that pre-roulette on. If you're watching, I'm sorry. I'm just going to really quickly make a 1-minute ad break to get pre-roulettes off the stream again. But I'm sorry. Usually I would do ad breaks between content. I just really forgot. And it's very important that we don't have pre-roulettes. Because there's nothing worse than when you go into a stream and you and there's an ad in your face, basically. Nobody likes that.
Give up yet?
Attack!
Excellent. 2 people goes out and grabs those. People are doing very well. We're spreading out here. And once we're spread out, if you're ranged, remember, you can still do damage in this phase. Just keep attacking the boss. Keep attacking, keep attacking, keep attacking. And we picked up these so that we can instantly break her again here. Very good job so far, people. And remember, you can still attack if you have ranged attacks here. Just dodge the blue and at least auto-attack if you can. We have to dodge out here. This might mean somebody is going down, but if that's what happens, then that's what happens. It seems like we can save them, which is very, very nice. Good job so far. Remember again, while we're spreading, we can still attack her. She doesn't become invulnerable while we're spreading. Of course, focus on spreading. So, like, it's advanced to attack her while spreading. So, if you... Oh, I accidentally just spent one of those on her. Oh, that's okay. Okay, everyone gather up, except whoever gets the thing. So, stack on me if you can. The cryptists will follow us. And we want to get all of the cryptists together as much as possible. Unfortunately, it seems a lot of them are following the person with the pools. That does happen sometimes. Not a lot to do about it. We are a little bit behind on the DPS here because we were unlucky with this. This is time to spread out though. Remember, you cannot be hit by more than one of those missiles, so to speak. Good job. Everybody dodged them. Or, you know, only got hit by that one that you're allowed to get hit by. Very excellent. Just gonna go pick one of these up. Stack, 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 stack. Good job. And get out. And try to dodge as many as possible. Remember, if you have any ranged attacks, you can range attack while out there. I have the pools, so I'm going to be leaving you now. Going to be going very far away. Make sure to prioritize not standing in my pools. The pools are pure evil. We hate them. And she is almost below 10 seconds, which means we can grab these again to have them ready for when she is next vulnerable. Ah, you moved to the outside. You moved to the outside. That's dangerous. That's very, very dangerous. Whew. We did it. We did it. That was nice. Good job. Very dangerous, but it ended up working out. Okay. This should be predictable. She shouldn't move when she's out here on the side. Good job, everyone, so far. Pools have to move out. And not come back in. Don't come back in with the pools. It's really bad that you're stacking pools on top of her. It means we can't do any damage to her. It's really, 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 really bad that there are pools on top of her. Because that will continually... Okay, at least we got minion phase. Minion phase here is actually huge. It's actually huge. Hey, Mosk, thank you for raiding. Oh, am I the one that's the problem? Am I the problem? I still don't know if I'm the problem. Am I the problem? I am not the problem. Good, 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 good. Where are the other minions? Let's get to the minions. Welcome in, Musk and Musketeers. Can we call you Musketeers? I don't know what you want to be called, but... we are chilling. We're doing some... I'm gonna call this a progression group. Some progression Dagda. And I think this run is still very, very doable. As long as we don't lose anyone. We are a little bit behind where we want to be DPS-wise. But we are not behind where we will likely still be able to get her. You say, been doing World vs. World, you're tired? Oh, yes. I get that. My first, like, 200 hours or so, we have to get out from her here, out from her. My first, like, 200 hours in the game or so were all done World vs. Worlding. the first thing I did when I got this game was ditching my story chapters the second I got out from my dream, and then going into the world versus world. And I leveled to 80 in there. Just had so much fun world versus worlding. So, yeah, world versus world is awesome. Okay, we need all the CC, Very good job, very good job. This is huge. We got through the CC phase. This is a phase that's usually dangerous. Also, you have numbers, you have to spread out with the numbers. You have to spread out with the numbers. Good job. We got through that numbers phase. That's very huge, very huge. You are 1300. I don't remember what my world versus world rank is. I'll check once we are finished with this. She gets to 25% dodge roll out of this. Whoever has the pool, get out. Check if you have the pool, get out if you have the pool. Very good job, pool guy, pool goer. Let's just stack up over here. The minions are with us. Stack on minion, very tightly. Don't follow them when they go away. Just stack on the command attack as tightly as possible, because the minions will come to us and we can cleave them better. This is very important for us getting the time. Oh yes, look at this. We're reclaiming time that we lost on previous minion phases. Normally I'd say we want to be done now. It's 2:30, but again, you don't have to be done exactly at 2:30. If we do the mechanics right here, we will get it this time. So just be very careful once she begins marking people again, and get in front of this. And of course, she will likely have one more break bar phase, and if we fail that, we still lose. So be careful about when you use your CC. But you're doing very well. We have to get out here, because in a second she'll begin throwing stuff at us. There we go. Very good job, Whoever has the pools needs to leave the group. Go all the way out and don't come back until they have stopped following you. We don't need your DPS as much as we need the pools to not touch her. Be careful when we have to back out here in a second. Be careful not to back out where the pools are. Oh! CC, everything you have. If you have any CC at all, very good job. Very good job. Oh, that's what scared me the most. Now we just have to dodge this. Make sure you're targeted. Don't stand on top of each other. On top of each other. I'm getting a call. I'll answer that call here in a second, because that's a call that could be a family emergency, so I'll have to answer that once we're done here. 4%, 3%. Stand in front of arrow. Good job! Very well played, everyone. Very well played. Remember, if you don't want to use third-party software, the Doctor's Magnificent cover. I think I might have already done her this week. The Magnificent cover is the... Alright, GG, to get a little bit more loot. The Magnificent cover is the one you want to keep, because that proves your kill proof. Your Magnificent cover is your kill proof for the boss, in case you don't want to use the kill proof website. Just be aware of that. Whew. Okay, that's very well done. We got her down. This is the easiest of the challenge mode strikes. Be aware of that. Definitely the easiest one.
Too much treasure.
All right, what's my level? I'm only 541. In my defense, this system didn't exist in the way that it does now when I played most of my World vs. World. When I played most of my World vs. World, it wasn't a linear 5000 XP bar as it is now, and the ranking system worked completely differently. So just be aware of that before you judge me too harshly on my lowly 541 rank. I've only been done doing some World vs. World after, recently. Thanks to you too. is fun to do it with more newer players. Gives it challenge back. Nana says you're level 42 in World vs. World. Well, you know, it's one of those game modes that isn't for everyone, right? Whew. The question is, where am I gonna go next here? Am I gonna start out with... I am kind of considering skipping the Ether Blade Hideout, because that's not daily. And then just going to do the daily fractal run. I think I might do that. But first, I think I need a quick toilet break. So I'm going to put on some ads and say thank you so much for everyone who stays through the ads. And remember that you can always skip the ad breaks. If you want to see an empty chair, you can throw some Bezos bucks at it. Do a little subscription. That helps me out immensely. And I'll see you back in 3 minutes when I've just done a little quick bio break. See you in a second.
Eat my dust!
Keep them away. You cannot take my power.
There we go. I'm back. I see that the ad break is still going on, and I just have to make sure that that wasn't important. Do. Just making sure. As you might remember, I got a little call while we were doing the boss. And that's always a risky business. Sucks. Why can't we write each other in chat? Game doesn't recognize you for some reason. I'll be doing it again Monday, starting at my local time, GMT +1. There we go. Joe says, I play World vs. World tonight. You're level 7,342. Wow. You've done a little bit of World vs. Worlding. Just, you know, tiny bit. Just a little bit of world versus world. I get that. Yes, efter stream, så kan jeg få opdateringen, når du har tid. There we go. Okay, it wasn't an emergency, so you know we're good, we're cool. It should work out. I can get that update later. Cool. In your guild, you're the guy with the lowest world versus world rank. Whew. I mean, okay. To be fair, with the new system, they are not super difficult to get. I will also say I think I've gotten like 300, 400 of my ranks after the new system came out. Where with the new system, it's flat 5,000 XP. You know, you get up in there and you do a lot. Of course, it's a lot of hours, right? It's a lot of hours. I recognize I've done enough world versus world to like have Warbringer, right? Which means I've definitely done a bunch of world versus world, spent a bunch of hours on it. But, you know, clearly not as much as you guys. Even with the new system, stuff like 7,300 that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. That's also something we should do at some point. We should do like a, commanding, see if I can still remember how to command world versus world. I did that a bunch way back when. You got some 10 plus level in world versus world just on play, maybe 1 hour. Yeah. It is pretty easy. If you're just consistently grabbing towers and grabbing whatever, it's pretty easy. You've done all your legendary armor in world versus world. Yeah, okay, that is a different level of world versus world consistency than what I'm putting out. For sure.
Never have too much treasure.
Let's get this stuff just broken down before we move on to fractal stuff. Okay, you guys also wanna do the fractals? Then I suggest we start on Nightmare and see how that goes. It's the easiest one. So if we have trouble, we'll just do the others another day. Welcome back, Andor. You just missed being a part of the squad, of the group, of the whatever you'd say for the fractals. I want you all in one right now, because we just had a group where we pulled it through like we pulled it through from the convergences into also grabbing this challenge mode, where we were, I think most of the people joining for it were completely new players, so it took a couple of tries, but people learned quickly and we grabbed it, which is a very nice feeling. We're moving on to fractals. I believe at least some of these people are also new at fractals, which means we're going to start with Nightmare and then see how it goes. If we have a hard time clearing, we might have to disassemble this group and do another group, and then collect something like this again later. But let's see how it goes with the Nightmare fractal first. It's a good practice fractal, and at the same time it also has some hard content in there, so it's definitely not a guaranteed thing. But before I open the fractal portal, I think it's Alt, right? Yeah. I just wanna grab you, and then use all of you.
You can never have too much.
Get a little bit of control over my inventory here. I do have a group right now. We are 5 people. If somebody leaves, or if we end up needing to put together a more experienced group, I might need you. But right now I think we're good. And I believe we can probably do it.
That looks valuable.
It's not a... I'm not really doubting the group per se. Oh, not this one. You are going with this one. Danny gives 2 British pounds over on YouTube and says, I like turtles. That's very nice. Is that a reference to like Turtles All the Way Down, or a reference to... Why am I not allowed to go into this? I'm pressing enter fract. Is it because I'm a commander? I have to step down. How do I step down? There's no way to make the squatter group, is there? Okay. Everyone send me a whisper so I know to invite you back. It's a reference to Zombie Kid. I don't actually know Zombie Kid. Is that a movie or a franchise or a game or something like that? And I'll just kick everyone from this squad so that we are going to make sure that they're not in another group. And I'm going to leave myself. And then we're going to begin inviting people again. Can I do other people like this? I think I might be able to actually. No. And Vix. May. Oh. May. Giga. Excellent. It's an old school meme. Huh. Hold on while I look that up. Turtle Kid meme. Is that a zombie going? Is that because the journalist like asks him a question to which he responds, "I like turtles." He looks like that would be the tone of voice. I like turtles. I prefer to do Q DPS. If you're good with A healing and the other 3 are good with DPSing. You're gonna puck them real quick? That makes sense, Andor. Have a good time. Okay. And we are already on Nightmare. Excellent. Whew. Good times. And thank you once again for the donation, Danny. It is really awesome. I think Vex died. Vex even wrote yes to the is everyone good with their groups, and then just poof.
Are those tree people? They look angry. Be careful.
No worries, lad. Keep up the good work. Are you Scottish, Danny? The way that you use nay and lad and stuff like that sounds very Scottish to me. Or maybe Irish. Gods, I hope I'm not confusing Scottish and Irish accent. That's that would be very risky. Let's put it that way. We can see who gets them done faster, as you still need to make a group. Okay, let's go for it. People ready? Let's get down here and let's get this going. I'm just gonna assume you guys know the mechanics. If you don't, please let me know. Then I'll make sure to try to call out the mechanics as we're doing it. Oh, you're Manchester. Nice. Manchester, England, England. And we GG. GG to reset cooldowns. It's basically the meta here. The reason we GG here is because we want to reset people's cooldowns. Make space for pre-buffing if anyone is doing pre-buffing. All that kind of stuff. To make sure that we are as good for the boss as we can. Is the basic concept. And yeah, we did get the we both need to be in here for this, and then there's the knight right after. Well, that's just a sign of good DPS, right? Manchester, England, England. To make sure that we don't puke on each other. There we go. Puke mechanics so bad. Why my DPS is so low? Should be this boss down though. Nice. Well, this is going smoothly so far. Oh, you just filled Andor? Then the race is on for real? Which, I mean, really, how this race is going to go is going to depend on our squads, because you are a better player than I am. So, knowing none of the RNG, this is going to depend on how good the people that you are going with are. By the way, usually we'll pull back here, because we want to get all of the mobs into the funnel, but if we're not doing that, we'll just go out and get them. Sure. Yeah, okay. I think we might be able to do it now. Yeah, but yeah, usually we all we aggro them and then you pull back into this funnel to have them all grouped up so that they're easier to kill. Takes a little shorter amount of time. And then we spread out and do these. And these are practice for the final boss. Are you able to get up yet? Seems not. Let's get you up then. I'm assuming your group isn't going to start Nightmare. You're going to start from the bottom, or from the top. One of the ways, and then work your way towards it. Or are we just pugging Nightmare and checking who gets this one done first?
That feels good.
Pointed in that direction.
Too strong.
Get the last snake, then we can split up and get the altars at the sides. Altars at the sides before altar at the middle.
Armored up.
Oh, oh right, it's Vindicators, which means they keep going. I completely forgotten that the Vindicators kept going. Whoopsie. Ooh. That's one. Then we get the one on the other side. Usually we split up and are 2 people on each of them. The reason you do the ones at the side first is because the obelisk that is at the end of them spends its time shooting stuff down into the center until they're taken. Then you grab the center one last. Get that healing. Very important. Let's roll through. Some more healing. These are going to be the main difficult mechanic on the last boss, just so you guys know. We are going to be dealing with getting those, what are they called? Getting those like circles thrown in our face. We'll get 5 of them, and we'll have to get all 5 done before the boss respawns. But of course, you will be able to But of course, you'll be able to do the if we get all the circles, then we respawn, which means at the last boss, if just one of us stays alive long enough to get all of the circles, we will all respawn at the end. But we will need people out in the circles. Yeah, I noticed, Elsie. We were waiting for you to get back. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of stuff here. These are not quite precise. Oh, I can't set markers because we're not in a squad. That sucks. Okay. There's going to be periods of time at this boss where 4 of the corners will be filled with crate that we have to kill. And we have to kill them before the boss kills us with a big AoE. So we want to split up. Please in chat write west, which is the far wall, north, which is where the portal thing is, east, where this wall is, where we came from, or south, this bottom wall to my left here. Yeah. We each need to do a corner. I'll do north, which is the... I guess they are kind of in the corners. North, east, I guess. We'll figure it out. Just try to split, and when you're done, go quickly to another if there are still ones up.
Drink to my memory.
We will just brute force it.
Armored up.
Break, 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 break. Good job. This is the spawn. Excellent. Got him. Oh, I have barely any CC up here. CC. Whew. That's terrifying. Okay. That's going to go down. This one lacks someone to deal with it. So I'm going to deal with it. As well as I can as a Condi DPS. These aren't exactly the best ones to Condi on.
Now that's a combo. That feels good.
Excellent. Good job.
That looks valuable.
I remember when these Assault Knight cores were worth a lot. Fortunately, they aren't anymore. There we go. Alright, I forgot to do food. There we go. Okay. I can't even ready check us. It's just not something you do in groups, I guess. 1, 2, 3. We need our fourth. Giga! No, Giga! Giga, no! Giga! Our best friend! Oh, they got here. Nice. Let's go. Bloop.
I am away. I am aware. Suffer.
And crowd control. We dodge roll out of that so that we can get out of those. Let's GG to make it easier. Yeah, that's one of the big mechanics. I think it's also there in normal mode, but it is one of the big mechanics is that he does the big AoE that knocks you down. And then just after doing that, he is gonna do a bunch of circles. Those circles basically spawn on top of each other, which means you are going to be attacked by all of them, basically. So you have to watch very closely for that. It's this mechanic. If you dodge roll it, it's not too bad. We survived this time. Very nice. Stay in the middle. He will teleport back into us. So whenever he does the throw himself towards us thing, dodge roll. And that means we automatically get out of them. Very nice. And again, if we stay in the middle, he'll come back in. Manchester, England, England. This is the first phase. We have to spread out. Everyone find their own circle. We want to be one in each circle, if we can.
Your delirium.
Blue balls, very, very good. They heal more than the red balls damage. So it's nice to get them whenever you can. Okay. Excellent. Good job, good job. You're done with 2 of them now? I'm assuming you're starting from the top, so you're done with the Cryptus one and Arterax. Yeah, I guess they're both Cryptus. The 2 Cryptus guys. Control that. Control and go back in the middle. Okay, we spread out again.
Eternally, vine and serpent, entwined.
I accidentally got hit by that. That's kind of bad.
You may die now.
Oh, I didn't see it do it immediately again. Whoopsie. Yeah. Well, you 3, we're counting on you. If you just get the last orbs completely done here, we are going to all respawn. Very good job. 1 left. 2, 1. 1 more tick. Good. Whew. Awesome job. And then we CC him. And then in a second we're going to enter the last phase where we basically just stand in the middle and attack him until he dies. Yep. There's that last phase.
I achieve things. I'm an achiever.
Easy peasy. Oh, Nightmare was daily. Very nice. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Cool. That went really well. Let's do another one. Let's start from the bottom for the next ones. And that means let's do Kinfall next. Yeah, good job, Danny. We are rocking this. So I'm going to say we're not going to do Shattered Observatory as the next one. We're going to start with Kinfall. So in this one, we are going to be running a gauntlet through where we are going to be attacking a lot of random enemies. But there's also going to be, before every door, we have to crowd control and kill a wisp that is going to steal our light if we don't. Where's the... Oh, right, that is the don't look like the bear thing. Ah, there's the challenge mode. Doom, doom, ba doom, ba doom, doom. And then at the end boss, there's basically two mechanics you have to be very aware of. And that's that he either has a ball close to him, where you have to go to a place to be knocked up, or he throws the ball up in the air, which means you have to avoid the places that would knock you up. And the way you best discern that is by looking at his animation and then looking at the circles. The animation will play kind of the same, and then if you want to get knocked up, the circles will have an arrow up, and if you don't want to get knocked up, the circles will have a big X above them. Yes. Let's just go do a little ready check here, a little impromptu ready check. Excellent. The first part of this is of course a gauntlet, where we have to kill some mobs, and then we have to slowly give up our light. In every single one of them, there's going to be a wisp that spawns that we have to kill, so that it doesn't steal our light, so that we can most easily get through it, basically. Whoa! I didn't need all of that forced movement. We need that wisp before we leave. Excellent, good job. Good. I'll just give up my light the first time here. Awesome. There's a singularity. We have to go over this way.
Why not surrender it all? As she did. Find peace with us.
Here are our enemies.
As she has.
Oh god, I am a silly goose. I'm a silly goose. I see no wisp, which means we probably already broke it. Somebody has to give up their light here. Very good. Again, you can see the wisp back at the back of this group. I believe the easiest way to defeat it is simply just to break by it. I think that's... maybe it's the only way to defeat it, honestly. It might just be immune to normal attacks. But, now going in 95. Let's see who is done first. Alright, I have to stay in other people's light here. Okay. Very nice. I believe we can technically... No, this is not the ones we can skip. There's going to be a boss up here. A big champion that we have to beat. Not a boss, but a, you know, small boss. And there again is a wisp. And there's the Goliath boss thing. Oop. Another wisp spawned as well. We probably don't have to deal with it right now. We just have to be aware that it exists. If you have any break the boss here. Very nice. And of course there's a wisp that we have to break. And there are some guys that we have to kill. Actually, we have 2 wisps that we have to break here. There's another one over in the corner. And we do have to get both of them before we leave. That's the next wisp. Excellent. So, next person gives up the light.
Go, make for the pass. If only one reaches the others,
it's over here.
It will be.
Don't poison your bearkin against me.
Oop. Joyfully Ordinary says, we've stopped our wandering with you and raids with 5 people. Thank you so much, Joyfully Ordinary, and welcome to the chat. We are currently doing some challenge mode fractals. We're going to do all 6 if we can. We might have a little bit of trouble on Epoch, because I don't know if any of us have experience with the Epoch globule, like the big mechanic Epoch does, but we'll at least do up until him. And yeah, thank you, welcome in. Hope you guys settle in nicely. Joyfully Ordinary. Excellent. Hold on while I just get through this part. Right before the worm, I'll be able to write out a shout out for you in the stream chat. You did a few fractals earlier. You've only been playing for a week or so. Oh, interesting. Very nice. Let me see here. / shout out. Joyfully Ordinary. Whoop. There we go. Follow Joyfully Ordinary. Let's check. From your profile picture, I'm assuming her, but of course, I don't want to assume your gender too much. But check them out. Her, yeah, excellent. I love it when we see new people here, and we're kind of a small community, right? All of the small Guild Wars 2 streamers. Okay, so this is the boss. Be very careful when it comes to the boss. We still have to stand within these We still have to stand within these lights, and the boss will try to knock us up. We will want to sometimes be knocked up and sometimes not. We'll just figure it out as we go. Ready? Because unfortunately right now we don't have anyone who knows enough to call it beforehand. And I think there's a little bit too much lag on the stream for me to actually... Oop. Well, let's just go even though we are still lagging one. Oh, they came there. So knocked up here. There we go. So that's the mechanic. Now we know it. /GG. Let's go again. So yeah, we're doing challenge modes right now, which are quite difficult, and we are going with a newer squad. I think not a lot of us have experience with the challenge mode content. It was the boss. It does a big animation, and then you have to move to a circle with an up arrow to avoid getting one shot. It will also do another animation with a ball, and then do circles you should not stay in. Ready? I want to get there someday, but I'm very bad currently. Getting better still, but shite, of course. I mean, if you'd only been playing for a week and could already do challenge modes easily, like, I would feel like a very, very, very bad video game player, right? Because it takes time. It takes time, especially with games like, you know, all MMOs, right? There's some very, very difficult, very, very difficult. Of course you are, Ender. This is the one where we have to go to a knock up thing. Oh, knock up, knock up. GG, and let's go again. Well, it's just that mechanic. Just need to get used to it. Just 96, 97 to go, and 2 dailies. Pfft, we already did 96, so easy. We are so ahead of you for that one where you have already done all the others. Okay, let's go again. So we're looking for the circles right now. They will spawn here in a second. Knock up. Very good. One more got through. Let's GG and go again. We'll do this part until everyone gets it first time. Because this is very much the most important part for us to get hammered home. A big part of the boss is really just doing that mechanic until that mechanic works, and then getting the opposite mechanic down so that you don't accidentally go down. No, it's just fine, Nanas. It's just fine. Unless you actively have something else to do. I am so down. We can get this done without a problem. Yes, you want to be in the knock-up. The boss basically have two different mechanics. The boss basically has two different mechanics. One of them you want to get knocked up, and the other one you don't want to get knocked up. Okay. We'll not GG when you die, but only because you asked for it. I would rather... I think we are going to be getting this done faster by doing... Look at these arrows. We want to find the arrow. They're going to spawn here in a second. Get on top of an arrow and up. So, we'll not GG here. We'll just continue a little bit. Just let people get the feel for it. So it's basically whenever the boss does that mechanic, we want to get knocked up. And when he doesn't, of course, we don't want to get knocked up. It is difficult. We are going to get it though. So you see, there's the ball. This is when you don't want to get knocked up. Out of those circles, right? Thank you for getting through that mechanic as well. So we just saw the other circles, those we don't want to get knocked up on. Is there a vid? Like a... I mean, I assume someone has made a video. I haven't seen one. This is one where I've been carried by Andor and just gotten that done through that. Makes sense. I just wanted to let you see the next mechanic too. Yes, to go up and not. That's basically... Oh, they alternate. Okay. Okay. So every other we want to go up, and every other we want to stay down. It does a big, like, slithering motion when we want to go up. And you see a area thing filling the entire room. When we don't, it makes a ball and spawns the circles with crosses. Sometimes you do a big slithering motion. I mean, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Checking that everyone is moving. And we're just going to do another try here. The best way to get into, and I believe this with my entire heart. So here I'm already kind of looking, because I know the circles are going to be here in a second. Yes, circles, get in, knocked up. Excellent. We'll just still continue, even though 2 didn't, so that you can see the next mechanic too. So I'm getting targeted right now by these arrows, and you can just kind of move around them as they happen. Whoop. The next mechanic is this one. We don't want to stand in circles here. You can see we are in circles, but we want to get out of the circles. That's the next mechanic. Let's GG here. Because we're only 2 people up still. But those are the 2 mechanics. Once we master those, we are going to master the fight. Once we master those 2 mechanics, we've mastered the fight. The first mech, the jump up one, it's by entering a circle with an up arrow. Doom, doom, doom. Ah, yeah, that doesn't work. Excellent. Let's just go again a couple of times in a row if we fail to get the practice in. Ready? 1, 2, ready. 3, ready. Yeah, you shouldn't dodge your way out of stuff in this one. I get that, but unfortunately that dodge your way into the circles instead. At least in the parts where you have to do circles. The up circles. The not up circles are the circles you shouldn't dodge out of. So you can see that the AoE is happening. We're just waiting for the circles to spawn. There's a circle, we get into it. GG and go again. We're just gonna go immediately every time here. So we just get up and we go again. We're just gonna do that a couple of times. There we go. And we're just going to go again. Because the best way to learn a mechanic is to be exposed to it multiple times. So we're just gonna expose ourselves to the mechanic multiple times. You can prepare now. Begin looking for circles. They'll spawn here in a second. Begin looking for them. They are up. And we are GG and go again. I just figured out, I hadn't figured this out earlier, but I just figured out that they're going to be to the right of every one of the 4 arrow directions that he does. So you can probably cheese it by going out, like where I'm standing now, just next to an arrow. There they are. Bloop. GG and go again. Yes. So their next Yeah, they spawn fixed places. They are just to the right of each arrow. Yeah. Yeah, really does. We'll get the feel for them though. Okay. Let's go again. I figure this time we don't GG unless more people get down, basically. So one of them is going to spawn here. Or rather, more than two, sorry. I'm just bambling. Basically, we're going to let people who are down look when the mechanic happens again. They'll have a chance to look at it. We'll try that, see if that helps recognition. So now, in a second here, he's going to be preparing for the mechanic where we're supposed to not be in the circles. So that's the mechanic he's preparing for now. We have to make sure not to be in circles here. You can see the circles, big crosses, don't be in those. Troll through that. Now he's beginning to do the mechanic where we want to, in a second... Oh, no, that's not that mechanic. Okay, so he's not doing it yet. It was another slithering motion. This is the one. We are looking to get out into the circles, wherever they spawn here. And up. And then boss again. And you can see someone is getting targeted by these icicles. That's the arrows. We're just going to be dodging those arrows as we fight the boss. Just very slowly, chilling out. No big problems here. So let's CC him. CC with every CC we have. I didn't keep any of my CCs up like an absolute mook, so I'm sorry for being useless on this part. Thank you for keeping us up, healer, even though this is very tough. So little CC. And about here. We want to not get knocked up here. Make sure to not get knocked up. Excellent. I'm targeted by these arrow things, so I'm just going to be moving a bit to make sure that they don't hit me. And this is where we want to get knocked up. So we're trying to get out to the circles here. Excellent, very good job. Oh, we can actually rest people. I think we're just not going to do that. I think that's... Actually, I think we are. Let's try to rest some people here. If we can. Starting with May over here. We have to not get knocked up here, though. Make sure to move out of circles, And then we can move back in and continue our work. I can't move at all. Got totally stun locked there. Happens. Oh, we are another one down. I think we're just GGing here. GG and reset. Hopefully this has been able to give a little bit of visual metaphor, like showing what happens when it goes up and when it doesn't. Sure. Oh, you can revive orb on this? Huh. Nah. It's fine. We'll get the practice in. Excellent. People seem ready. Let's just go again. And we are already looking for the arrows to go to. There we go. Excellent. Most of us did it this time. We are continuing on. Get the practice in and all that. Oh, I accidentally stood in a lot of those arrow thingies. Whoopsie, my bad. You three just go on. You'll learn how to look for them. See the 4 arrow markers he puts out before the mechanic. They will be just to the right and a little out from each of those. These arrows. See? Okay, GG and reset. I told you guys that the easiest strike is the nightmare one. And this one is definitely... It's up there as difficult because that one mechanic is difficult. Once we nail that mechanic, the fight is easy. But until we've learned that mechanic, the fight is very hard. That's basically it. So we're already looking. 3 arrows, 4 arrows. Then there's these. And then up. And you're not on top of the arrows, but like beside them. But yes, it is those arrows that you're looking for, Nanas. It is those arrows, so you're getting it. You're getting there. You're looking for those arrows, and then you're looking to step to the right of them. Before they, you know, attack you, or whatever. Yeah. So you can see 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are the ones we don't want to be standing in. They spawn underneath us as well. Because you don't want to get knocked up when he does that. But the next time he does it, you'll be able to see the ones again. You can see here, I am going to go out to this arrow and right where you're sitting right now, because I know the arrow will be, the point up will be just beside one of these fishes. I'm getting stun locked by the projectiles. Oh well. You don't actually have to pre-move. The first time I did it, I didn't know how to see them in advance. Which means if you are fast enough, you can get out into them. This is the ones where we don't want to get up then. You can see they spawn underneath us as well. And we die if we stand on them because he does... Basically it's a... Does he do a big AoE that kills us below him? Or does he do the big AoE up in the air? And he switches between those two. Damn. I'm really bad at holding my CC. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at this. I even took the extra CC ability, and then I press it when there's no CC to be done. Absolute mook stuff. And I just did it again. Okay, so this is again beside the arrow, to the right. Just about here. And we jump up. Okay, we lost one more. Let's GG and reset. It is one of those where, again, this mechanic is really difficult. Don't feel bad about not getting it yet. This is a really difficult mechanic. I got it decently quickly because I have those 2,800 hours in the game and have been doing a lot of difficult content already. Not only in this game, but in multiple other MMOs. It will take time, but once you get it, once you get a feel for it, you'll be able to do it. I know that everyone in this group is going to be able to do it once they just get the feel for it. That's going to take a little while, but we just go again and we get it. Don't worry. You're not bothering anyone. I'm having a lot of fun here. I'm enjoying that we are in a group with people who I'm actually able to talk to, who we can get through this. We are going out and we want to be to the right here. Excellent stuff. Only lost one. It is, we're doing the progress thing. It's fine. We're moving on. We're moving on. Be careful about the arrow things as people are getting hit by that. Excellent. And now you'll see he has a ball, so we don't want to get knocked up. No circles, no circles. There you go, got knocked up, which means you die. Because that's what happens. The first one you don't, and the second one you do. I'm hitting all my buttons in the wrong order here. Fumbling my fingers. So you can see this is again one where we want to get knocked up. Getting about halfway out in the arrow and to the right of it. I'm going to try racing a little bit. Because it's nice to have more damage if we can get the res up. Yes, CC incoming. Thank you for pointing that out. And I haven't burned all my CC this time, so we'll have a little bit more available. My Necromancer isn't the most CC person, but at least we got it done a little faster this time. Going back to the resurrection. And here in a second, we'll have to make sure to get not knocked up. Ah, that's the not knocked up thing. Woo! I was just about to go get knocked up, and that would have been bad. It was pure luck that I didn't. Okay, you'll be up here in a second, May. Be ready. Excellent. And Nanas, I'll begin racing you now. This is the one where we want to get knocked up. Be prepared for that. There we go. I believe this boss has no actual time limit, so there's no like rush to kill the boss or anything. We just want to get the practice in, so that once it becomes time for that... Oh, right. But here we don't want to get into the circles. It's a little bit of a... We have to do two things at once there, because someone will be marked... I'm going to be moving out here. Someone will be marked for... Sorry, half concentrating, half talking. That's sometimes a little bit difficult. Someone will be marked with a we should stack on top of them thing. And we have to stack on top of them, but at the same time not get into the thing. That was very close, Nanas. Good job. You have to go. Thanks for the stream. See you. See you, Joe. Thank you for hanging out. And I look forward to more great times together. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I decided I need a day to keep doing my real life stuff. But I will be back Monday at 3 a.m. just like this stream started at 3 a.m. So we have to move backwards here. Backwards as a group. Backwards as a group. Because we need to get out of the circles and at the same time be on top of me. It's a little bit of a difficult one. But yeah. So basically we have to do two things at once there. We have to stand on top of each other and walk backwards. Because then we can walk out of the circles. But at the same time stand on top of whoever is the guy that is targeted by the AoE thing. Oh, here we have to... Oh, right, this is up, so we just have to be next to this. Whoop. I mean, I think ranged DPS always has an advantage. I think you can expect to always find ranged DPS slightly better. Oh, CC incoming, thank you for pointing that out. This is where we have to move out and we have to not get into circles at the same time. Very good job. People, everyone dodged that. Good job, good job. Do we have someone that's down but not dead? Because we should probably make sure to rest those first. CC, let's just get that CC done. This is a very heal intensive phase, so... And having the Thief up for it is great. Thieves are known for their CC, I hear. I don't know if you actually have Basilisk Venom or if you have the Robber Gang or whatever it's called. Excellent. Let's get our last person up here. Okay, so right to the right of the arrows, to the right of the arrows. Excellent job. Well, we lost a couple, but it's okay. And you can see one of the more experienced of us did miss it this time. It is one of those things where, you know, sometimes you will mess it up because that's how mechanics work. I really want Giga up though, if we can focus on Giga, because we want our healer back. This is going to be really difficult without the healer. You. Yeah, I think we just GG here and go again. GG and go again. Whew. We're getting there. We're getting better. I can see people doing the mechanics better and better. So we will get there. Keep trying. We'll get there. The only thing that can stop us from getting this boss is if someone has to do something in real life. Which, you know, will happen sooner or later, but I think we'll get the boss first. You're clueless on the timing. Look at the boss. He does like a big... He's circling himself, basically. And there's like a pulse that comes out from him. That's the timing for the... You want to jump up. And just begin going to next to a line when that starts, as early as possible. We don't need to care about our DPS. We can just move out earlier because the boss doesn't have a time limit. So prioritizing safety is a good idea. I can see that some people's what are they called? Elixirs ran out. If you have them, if you have the infinite versions, pop them on again. If you don't, then I think it's okay without. Potentially pop a defensive. That's the most important one. But yeah. Hold on. I also have... Oh, we have pre-rolls on again. I have to do a little ad roll. We're going to make another attempt. You'll be back before we get the boss done. But, so we're going to do a couple of runs while I run these ads. So you guys, I won't be able to talk to you while the ads are running, unfortunately. But we'll be able to, you know, just give it a couple of tries without me yelling in your ear. And then we'll be back to doing it like normal right after this 3-minute ad break. Right. Let's go. Do. I'm still going to be talking, but I'm just gonna assume that at least some of the people in the group are going to be hit by ads, which is unfortunate. We'll be able to go out here, next to the arrow. Here. Don't listen to Vex. It's to the other right. Let's GG and go again. Oh right, Danny, you are of course not hit by these because you are not on Twitch, which means you're not getting hit by commercials the same way. Because YouTube don't think I deserve to run ads yet. I have enough watch time. People are watching my videos for at least have watched my videos for more than 4,000 hours over the last what's that called, over the last year, but not enough people have pressed the subscribe button, which I think makes sense. Many of my YouTube videos are like what are they called? You know, they're the gaming equivalent of how to fix a door hinge. Nice. Good job. And you got through that one, yeah? But yeah, they're like, you know, how to fix a door hinge. And when you search how to fix a door hinge, and you then get that video watched, you generally won't go subscribe to the channel. I know I don't, at least. And you know, my videos are kind of the same thing, but for gaming. It's like a how do I optimize gold gain on this specific thing. You'll look at that. And then you don't evade. Just walk to circle when they have arrow up. And don't walk to circle when they have cross. Basically. It can't be evaded or distorted or anything like that. It can only be mechanicked. Yeah. Okay. Let's go again. And ad break just ended. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. This is again it. We're going out to the arrow here. Little too late. GG and try again. You are slowed. That's generally true. That is, that's why I like to do the mechanic before, you know, before we get to it. I wonder if there's a console that lets me switch out of bear form. That would make me a little bit more recognizable, and you could look to me. Look to the bear with the Saitan weapons. Okay, so I'm moving out now to the first arrow that got placed. I'm jumping over here. This is exactly where we want to go. You walked out of it again, but it was close. We're going to keep going. We have 4 people alive, so we're going to keep going. And I'm going to walk out and see if I can avoid too many of these projectiles hitting the rest of you. And let's just try to rest a little. So this is the mechanic where we want to not stand in the circles. So out of circles. There we go. Good job. Next time he does arrows again, we will want to get into the circles again. It's gonna switch between those two predictably. Here we go out to the first arrow here. Look at me. I'm jumping. Do it in your own arrow is fine. As long as you stand on top of the circle there. Perfect. Everyone got through it there. You're not alone, says good. Please let that boss finally die. 14% best run today. I think we got halfway down, right? At one point with this boss. And this is the one where we don't want to be in circles. Good job, good job, good job, good job. See, I told you, it just takes a little bit of practice and you'll get it. Don't feel bad if you miss the next one after I say that, of course. Because just because it works now doesn't mean you'll always get it. I just want this suffering to finally end. I don't feel any suffering. I am enjoying this. So CC all that you can. Especially this CC phase, much easier when we are all up. Excellent job. Okay, out to the arrow, to the right of the arrow. Right? Here in the middle. There's the circle. Very good job. Everyone got it again? Very, very good job. Do Aura Legendary Challenge Mode. You want to see me enjoy that? Isn't that like, I think they say the second hardest thing in the game? So like more difficult. We want to move out of the circles here, not stand in the circles. I didn't get out. I got out. We lost one. The second hardest after Harvest Temple. I mean, people do disagree about that. A lot of people say that Harvest Temple Challenge Mode, because of how long you have to do it, is more difficult than Ura. But, I mean, I'm gonna believe that it's down to basically what do you feel. Okay, so we want to be in circles here. Yep. Very good job. Let's try to rest Mel. Again, we don't have any stress about getting the boss down. Is Ura longer? Jesus. Oof. Alright, CC. More important to CC because that's a very long thing here. Okay, Andor agrees that Harvest Temple is much more easy. So this is one where we don't want to stand in circles. Andor agrees that Harvest Temple is much easier than Aura Legendary Challenge Mode. Okay, I mean, I trust you. So, I mean, I trust you too, not alone. Cloud, sorry. Getting used to the name. Well, there are thousands of people that have killed Harvest Temple Challenge Mode. Only 200 people have killed Aura. Wait, we want to be pushed up here. Oh, that's to the right. That's to the right. It's my bad. It's my bad. I'm sorry. And I didn't get knocked up because I was down. Oh, sorry about that, May. That was my bad. I was the one that was... I was too busy chatting to do the boss mechanics. Our healer got downed, I think. No, we still have our healer. Nope. Everything's good. Yeah, we can definitely get here. Yep. Sorry, Vex. Okay. Good job. Good job. Don't mind me while I just sit here and get carried by you guys. Okay, remember, to the right of the arrow. Yes, there we go. Thief dodging is so dangerous. You got it, Nanas. You got it, but thief dodging, very dangerous. Very long dodges. Difficulty in fights is probably 1, Aura Legendary Challenge Mode, 2, Embodiment of Sin, 3, Ceres Legendary Challenge Mode, 4, Greer Challenge Mode, and 5, Harvest Temple Challenge Mode, in that order. I can believe that list. And I'm looking at you having put Embodiment and Sin and Legendary Challenge Mode in separate categories. Where would you say that Embodiment of Sin plus Legendary Challenge Mode at the same time would rank? I think there was only one squad that's done that so far, right?
Still, barely.
Yeah, place 1. Yes, I thought as much when I think it was Andor Swiss that told me that only one group has actually done Embodiment of Sin plus. Okay, this is up, so we are going out here to get pushed up. Yep. We'll re-res. Oops. And we want to not get knocked up. Get out of circles, get out of circles. Very good job. And we have a downed person that's not dead. Let's get them up first. But you have to be top degenerate to even try it. Yeah, I'm definitely not the top degenerate, at least yet. I like to say that I'm not a good gamer, I'm just a very experienced gamer. So we want to get knocked up here. Into the circle, into the circle. You did try to avoid standing on top of me with mechanic. I recognize that. I recognize that. I'm gonna move out so that you guys can hopefully get that done a little easier. This is the one where we don't want to stand in circles, so make sure to get out of the circles. So, does that mean that you're doing Aura right now, Cloud, or did you do Aura previously and have stopped the tries for today? Okay, this is the one where we want to get knocked up. I'm going to leave you up because we also have circles on us. Good job, guys. So, right now, because the boss is at low health, we're also getting these circles on us. That means that if we stand together, too many people, we are also going to die. So we have to spread out and find our own little spot to do that mechanic on. So I'm going to jump far away whenever the mechanic happens, because I think I'm one of the people who has the best, like, understanding of it in the group. Oops. I got down, but we needed to stand on top of each other for that mechanic, so I made sure to get on top. They'll grab you there, I'll grab you here. Hopefully just get everybody up nice and easy. Oop. Well, not quite nice and easy. Remember, you want to be jumping up here. You want to be jumping up here. Oop. And it's better to both get hit by the overlapping circles than it is to get, you know, down by that part of it. Okay, so we want to move with the green circle here. Green circle, we want to move with you and out of this. Excellent. Good job. Okay, we have to find each our own, but to the right of every arrow. Good job, good job. You stacked 3, but you made it work. Again, as we said, it's more important to be inside of the circle than to avoid overlapping those things on top of us. Okay. CC for everything you have. Which is not a lot when it comes to me. I'm not that CC heavy. I'm just heavy in real life. Okay. This is one where we're going to move at once, and we're just going to move standard. Excellent. Very good job. Very good job. Because if we just move at a steady pace there, we are going to get out of that without a hitch. Make sure to get down, play up. Excellent. Almost got it. Remember that we want to do mechanics here. So get out to a thing. Yeah, we are just gonna finish the boss off here. If we can. I just got down by the arrows, so... It's a little dangerous because our healer is dead. So we really just want to get the boss down as fast as possible. There we go. Good job. Job all. We got
and
there.
have none to give. Empty you are.
I don't know why I'm typing. I
Empty
think all of
and
you can
alone.
hear me.
Poor, wretched thing.
Excellent. We got through it. Woo!
No, there's nothing here. Only the wind.
Let's see. What are the other ones? Sunqua Peak is really difficult. As is the Shattered Observatory. I think the one that's most likely for us to succeed in this group would be Kanaksai in the... What's that called? Frozen whatever. 99. I think that's the most likely to succeed. But it is probably still too difficult. I think we all have to go out and hone our skills a little bit before we can actually do the last 4 ones. Thank you, Danny. I mean, I do my best. Also, I don't think this was as much about patience as it is that I honestly, frankly think it's fun to pull people through something. I like the position of teacher, and I was lucky enough that a couple of days ago, Swiss and Andor taught me how to do all of them, which means I am in the position to be able to teach more people now. That's the circle that I want to hopefully have us, like, keep rolling, right? As you guys get used to doing these challenge modes that we've just done, I hope that you are willing to let new people into your squads. You don't have to let them in before you get the experience to, be the experienced player in the squad, so to speak. But basically, that's how we get more people in. And honestly, our game depends upon it. Like, we can be some old farts that just keep playing the things that we know how to play. But slowly people stop playing games and they take breaks and stuff like that. And if we want to keep our game alive, if we want Guild Wars to be one of the successful MMOs, not just now, but in the future, we need a steady supply of new players, and we need those new players to also get a chance to play stuff like this. So yeah, I hope that you guys will help me in, passing the knowledge on as you get it to other people. But enough preaching, I think. I think we might not be able to do the last 3. Like, real speak here. I think that the last... I guess it's 4. I think the last 4 are too difficult for us as a group, which is totally fair. They are really difficult. But it means that we'll have to do something else here. What's your thought on the supposed Guild Wars 3? I haven't heard about that. What's the supposed Guild Wars 3? I think that's the right symbol. Do T4 while we ponder what to do? Yeah, sure, let's do that. I think that's a good idea. It's daily stuff anyways. And we already did one of them because Nightmare on challenge mode counts. So yeah, let's do that while we ponder what to do next. That looked super fun. I'm happy you think so. Once you feel you have the experience, Joy, please shoot me a DM if you want to do like a... we stream together at the same time and we just like go through it so that you have a chance to learn it with a group. What you will need, however, is of course to get to the maximum level of fractal, and you will need, the 150 agony resistance, all that kind of stuff. But once you feel like you have the basics, like, let's do it. Let's like co-op. Let's do some fun stuff together. ArenaNet is working on a new project, and for months everyone has been suspecting it's Guild Wars 3. Oh, yes, I'm on EU. I'm on EU. Are you on NA, joyfully? Do Guild Wars generally have other games than Guild Wars? Is ArenaNet... Oh, then we can't play together for now, unfortunately. But... I'm currently actually leveling a character on an NA account because I wanted to do a video on how I think it's best to start out if you just got Guild Wars for the first time. So I'm currently, you know, sometimes it's been on ice for this week, but I have started an account over on NA to like do the entire how would I start Guild Wars if I started it now, basically. They have many failed projects. Rough, but probably true. Yeah, and I agree that it is generally, honestly, it's generally unlikely that any of the big MMOs, as long as they are super profitable, are going to do a redo. I think the three big ones, basically, Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, and Guild Wars, they are way too successful to where it makes sense for them to do a redo, because that just risks, you know, they're at the top, it really risks their position. Excellent. I'll take a picture of that, and I'll try to remember to do it next time I'm online in NA. It might take a little while, but yeah. Otherwise, you can remind me. Did I actually press follow myself? Otherwise, I'll have to do it here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I pressed follow so that I can see if you're online and can pop over into your chat as well. And welcome to the MOOCs, I guess. You know, it's one of those things. Oh, we have to move to the ice elemental. Been spending too much time. I'm sorry, I'm just going to leave you there, and I'm going to go help do the ice elemental. And you'll be able to get up at some point. You agree, but many content creators are acting like it's certain that Guild Wars 3 is on the way. I mean, to be a little bit cheeky, it's our job. It's one of those things where if there's hype, a content creator would be stupid not to, you know, feed into that hype. At least make videos on the possibility, and generally videos where you are acting as if it's a guarantee are going to do better than videos where you're like, I doubt it because of blah 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 blah. So I think it's a very normal thing to. I don't think it's like I don't think they're being, what's that called? You know, when you try to cheat people. I don't think they're being false about it. I just think that they are. I just think that they are keeping an open mind, and doing the open mind framework means that it seems like, you know, that means that they'll talk about it in terms where they basically say it's going to happen. Is how I'd probably put it. And I mean, it might happen. Then Stop Killing Games have to work quickly so that ANET doesn't have to, so that ANET will be forced to sunset this game if they decide to stop supporting it. I mean, I don't think they're going to stop supporting it just because they do Guild Wars 3. I think it's going to be one of those games that they still earn more on like skin sales and stuff like that than they're going to lose by keeping the servers open. So I think they're going to keep supporting Guild Wars 2 even if Guild Wars 3 comes out. And I would... Oh boy, I don't know if I would switch or not. I probably would switch because progressing on something when it's no longer the most active thing can feel a little bad for me, I think. Yeah, I agree. Guild Wars 2 won't be shut down. Like, generally, as long as it makes the money, they won't shut it down, right? Basic facts. And even if it loses them money, but they feel like it keeps interest going. Like, you can lose money on Guild Wars 2, but feel like that you still sometimes get people sucked into Guild Wars 3 and then, you know, do it like that. How do I feel about it? I think I would honestly... we need to kill the effigy here. I think... I would like a new big MMO that was the same kind of quality as Guild Wars and World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. And the problem with that is that it's very difficult to put a lot of... you know, they have the advantage of having so much content, and you can't have the same amount of content in a new game. So you have to either be working off of an old game or do something like that if you want to do a new one. But I only think it makes sense to do a new game if you want to seriously upgrade your engine, basically. It would be suicide to shut down Guild Wars 2. If Guild Wars 3 failed, they'd have nothing. Yeah, I agree. And the servers aren't that expensive to run, so we just not have a lot of new content. Honestly, I'm sorry, but we generally don't have a lot of new content in Guild Wars. They take a long time about doing new content. They've become a little bit more consistent with their story schedule with Janthia, but they are doing that kind of at the cost of the story being like, to get to the next story chapter, please do 3 hearts in the open world. Oh, congratulations, you did the 3 hearts. Now do something else in the open world before you can progress the story. A lot of Janthia Wilds, I think what's pulling it down the most is just progressing a lot of story out in the open world instead of having story happening. I think I'd like them when they focus on story, when they stop doing other content to focus on story, like when they're going to stop doing... I don't know if they stop doing new strikes or stop doing new raids, but they're going to stop one of those two things because they are going to merge strike and raids going forward. So when they're doing that, I mean, I expect their story to be top quality, right? Because that's what they're selling themselves on. It's the open world, it's the meta events, it's the story, it's the fact that they have voice actors for everything. That's probably where most of their money is going, is having to hire voice actors for every little bit of story and for both genders of every single race commander and stuff like that. I imagine that costs a huge amount of money, and that's where it's going. That's why we're getting so little other content. And I'm cool with that. I think, you know, focus on that. But if they're putting resources toward Guild Wars 3, and Guild Wars 3 is going to be as slow as Guild Wars 2, and they're not going to be able to do equal amount of resources into both, I think we're going to see a Guild Wars 2 with basically no updates. Like, just none. Not just a few, but just no new updates at all. Because they don't have the capacity if they want to keep up with their high-quality, voice-acted story stuff. Basically. And again, I think it's a fair... I'm playing the game, right? I enjoy Guild Wars. I enjoy their instance content. I think it's a shame that they're doing so little new instance content because I think they're so good at it. I really think they are the... And I'm saying this all the time. But they are the company that's the best... The big MMO that's the best at doing mechanics as you go through something and then have the boss do those mechanics more so that it becomes really exciting and interesting to or not exciting and interesting, but like you can pick up on what's going on because the boss will be doing more and more variation, but the same stuff that you've done throughout the fractal, for example. If you were NCSoft, you'd put more money into marketing Guild Wars 2.
No.
Yeah, I agree. I also think there's a chance that they are doing that. I mean, they just accepted like 45 new partners or something just recently, which the partner program used to be very, very exclusive, a very, very small club. And I'm very happy that they're, you know, growing it. And I'm especially happy that they're growing it because it's the only way to do... Oh, I'm going to be dead here. Oh no, there's a reflecting crystal. I didn't get it picked up in time, did I? Why didn't I die? I didn't even trigger my regular certainty here. Huh. Oh well, let's put that down for now then. Focus on helping getting these tentacles out of the way.
I am dead incarnate.
Honestly, as long as new content, by the way, is more exciting than this one, this is probably the worst boss they've ever designed. Oh, I can dodge the thing, that's why. Ah, makes sense. But this entire thing just being a, like, wait around, clear some of it, then just wait around some more, let it hit you with its stuff, or, you know, not hit you, but... You know what I'm saying. Doom-ba-doom. Not the most exciting boss. Guild Wars 3 is exciting though, but only if they have enough time to put... Or not time, but, you know, resources to buy time, to buy developers to make a great product, and only if that product significantly changes something from Guild Wars 2. Because if it's just like Guild Wars 2, but like a little bit shinier, then I'm gonna think that it's, you know, I want the engine to upgrade if they are to change the game. And I also think the optimal time to release a Guild Wars 3 would have been after End of Dragons. If they were to release a Guild Wars 3, it should have been just after, story-wise, just after we killed the last Elder Dragon, because then they could have gone like, okay, so now we spring forwards a couple of 100 years, like they did between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, and they can be like, so now that we've jumped forwards again, we can, you know, have some fun again. Like, now we reset, basically. That's a little more awkward to do when... That's a little bit more awkward to do when they are... You know, in the middle of what I like to term the Mist Saga. You can't see a world in which Guild Wars 3 would succeed unless Rockstar developed it. Do you think it would succeed if Rockstar developed it? Is Rockstar actually a good developer? They're the GTA guys, right? Why would it succeed with those guys? Oh, reflecting crystal.
That feels good.
I mean, I don't think GTAs are bad games or anything. I'm just curious why they would be good at doing an MMO. Because Rockstar could market a turd. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, that's reasonable to say. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a good game because they would be good at, you know, making it good, or, you know, making people come to it anyways.
One more thing for my list of accomplishments.
Hold on 2 seconds. Let me just check something. Okay. I think I am going to leave here. If you're in the group right now, I don't mind doing the recommended fractals as well. I'm okay with staying for that, but I think I need to take a break and just check into the family matter that happened earlier, the one that I said I would check after stream. I will rate someone though, because I don't know if you guys have seen Lelling, but Lelling is a super cool creator, and he is doing Like, he's the one behind the Tyrian Pride race, and he's doing a lot of good stuff. So I would like to send you guys over to him. But, you know, I'll be back on Monday at 3 p.m. So if you want to be sure not to miss that, throw me a follow if you haven't already. And if you have a couple of Bezos bucks ready, you could also give me a little bit of a boost there by, you know, subscribing. That is always very, very appreciated. Let's just see here. 13 people ready to raid. I think that's all of us right now. Thank you so much for today. I'll see you Monday. It's gonna be great, and I appreciate you all so much. Let's go over and check out Lelling for now. And I have to turn off the stream here as well.